been roaming the neighborhood. Sunday night, they were on top of our neighbor's house. The roof.
That's awesome.
Oh, very good.
Priscilla, ask her about now. How about now?
All right. Just let me know when you're ready, Deborah.
Okay, we're ready.
All right, so we're going to call this meeting to order at 5:30. We'll begin with a roll call.
Gina Martinez, District 1.
Paul Carey for District 2.
Phil King with District 3 is, I believe, still in the air on his way home.
David Mers, District 4.
Herb Dyer, District 5.
And Darren Schroeder, Mayor. Please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for the invocation. Beginning with the American flag. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
and the Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Pastor Cobb, will you do the invocation, please?
I'd like to read Proverbs 11, verse 14, and it reads, "For lack of guidance, a nation fell, but victory is won through many advisors, or through many counselors." Let's pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for tonight, and we thank you for this city council. Father, I pray that your blessings and your favor will be upon this meeting, upon our leaders, our city, and our communities. And Lord, have mercy as we pray. We pray for rain to relieve us, Lord, of this heat and this drought. Father, provide your wisdom to this meeting, and may your agenda be their agenda. And may there be unity and oneness and togetherness in their decision tonight. Father, we love you. We give you honor and glory and praise, and we ask and pray these things. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen. God bless.
Thank you, Pastor. All right, next we have citizens' comments. Would anybody like to speak for citizens' comments? All right, next item is consent agenda. On the consent agenda, we have quite a bit. Minutes for May 16th and 17th, 2023, special called City Council Strategic Planning Work Session. We have the minutes for June 13th, special called City Council meeting and work session. The minutes for June 11th, 2023, special called City Council meeting and work session. The minutes for July 11th, regular called City Council meeting. Applications for open board positions. Adopt a resolution for a 9010 grant for replacement of AWAS system at airport. Adoption/ratification of a Texas Parks and Wildlife resolution for the 2023 TPWD grant application, and adoption of annual Economic Development Corporation budget. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Next item, we're going to have public hearing number 1 to receive testimony and hear arguments for and against a petition to annex 35.168 acres out of outlot number 2, outlots of Castroville, Texas, Medina County, also known as the Heights of Castroville, NP Homes LLC. We'll open the public hearing at 5:34.
I'll just speak to what this is. Obviously, so one of the requirements that the city has is that when a developer seeks a development agreement from the city, that one of the things that we ask for in trade basically is that they be willing to annex the property in. A portion of this property was already within the city limits. They are annexing the other portion that was not. The majority of it was not in the city limits. This is a tract that is on the east side of 471, just north of Subway and O'Reilly's, right?
Yeah.
So just What's that?
Napa.
Napa.
The road is
and
Provident.
Subway, yeah. So it's approximately 154 homes, and I don't know what else to say about it, but this is the second meeting public hearing to consider their annexation, and this is something the city had done at its request.
Great. Does anybody want to make comments or ask questions? All right, great. Then we'll close the public hearing at 5:35. Next item is public hearing number 1 on the proposed FY 2024 tax rate. We'll open this public hearing again at 5:35.
All right, and for this, I was going to mention that Pastor Rob's stepping out. Right next to where he was sitting, there is a packet, if they're still there, of this presentation. I believe it may contain some slides relevant to the budget as well. We're only going to go over the tax portion of this presentation. So this kind of just shows you where our exemptions are. One of the things that you have in front of you, and this is updated, I believe, one of the items that's already gone to the legislature, but I don't know that it's gone into effect just yet, is that their mandatory exemption has been increased from $40,000 to $100,000. So that was signed into law, but again, I believe that's effective with the next tax year, if I'm not mistaken. We have applied a $10,000 abatement. This says $20,000 because as we were talking to the tax office, they gave us an ordinance that was dated 2003, and that's what's in your handout. I don't know that the city ever ratified, subsequent councils ever ratified the action by that council. And one of the things you may recall from your training is that councils cannot obligate future councils. And so that ordinance, to the extent that it was adopting future exemption amounts, those were not, the future councils were not beholden to abide by those, right? So as far as staff can tell, that ordinance was not ratified by future councils, and so the county has been applying a $10,000 exemption instead of a $20,000 exemption. So anyway, that's something for this council to consider. This is only the first public hearing. We'll have opportunities to discuss whether this is something you want to pursue. One thing to note is that in that ordinance that's in front of you on your dais, that $20,000 is applicable to both disabled and over 65. As staff, we have some questions on how that would be applicable, because now, under the current ordinance, we have levels of disability, and depending on your level of disability is what determines your exemption. So were you to try and honor the 2003 council's wishes by adopting a higher exemption, we'd have to figure out how that plays into that table, because I believe the lower end of that table, actually I think it's visible on a subsequent slide. And just for your benefit, the freeze is applicable, I believe it's to over 65. I don't know that it's applicable to disabled persons or not, but the freeze is a tax freeze that when you attain the age of 65 and you make application to the county, they freeze your tax value at the value that it is at age 65. That does not include future improvements that you may make to that property. Those will be considered new value. They will be assessed in the year that they are created. So let's just say that you're a retired person over the age of 65, you lived in a ranch-style house, it was worth $124,000. You get frozen at that $124,000. Your neighbor who's younger than you next door, that's the exact same house, theirs may increase in value every year. Yours will be locked in at its present value. However, let's say you attain the age of 68 and your grandkids want a pool and you decide to put a pool in. When you add that pool in your backyard, that pool has a value and it'll be assessed whatever that value is. And we'll just make up a number. It's $50,000. You have a very nice pool. That year that it's installed, they assess they appraise that value, and then your new value is, I think it's at 124 plus the 50, so now you're locked in at 174 instead of the 124. So that's the way that works. I'll have to verify whether the freeze is applicable to disabled persons in the year that they declare their disability, or they're declared disabled. So I'll have to see about that. This just tells you that table I was talking about before, and you can see that on the lower end it's 5,000, and at the upper end it's 100%. So again, I would have some question about how that 20,000 would be applied, and how that would work. And there may be some state guidance on that as far as what we're required to adopt as by state statute. I believe that's where this table comes from.
Yeah, it's for disabled veterans.
Right.
We don't get extra for those of us that are 100%. We don't get anything extra,
Right.
so. But
So-
ours is, if we do improvements on ours, there's no change. We're no
Right.
property tax the
Right,
rest of our lives.
right,
so,
because this is, again, this is an exemption,
Yeah.
not a freeze. What we were talking about before is a freeze. So this says disabled persons versus disabled veterans.
Correct.
So again, maybe the tables, again, I don't know how the disabled veteran table marries up with the disabled persons table when you look at
It's
that.
different because our disability rating comes from the VA.
Right.
Where disability ratings for everybody else, non-military affiliated, comes from like their provider, and they have to submit this huge packet for them to, the state to say whether or not they meet the disability, and then the state determines their rating as far as how much they should be.
Well, and again, the way this works, it looks like it's just it's a blanket amount,
Mm-hmm.
and, it's not attached to a level of disability, so I don't know how that would work. So that's just things for you to think about, and we could, to the degree that you need some more information about it, staff has got its own questions that we're going to try to get answered, but if you have additional questions you'd like us to look into, just let me know, and we'll try to do that between now and our next meeting. This is just kind of a view of our appraised values and what our median household appraised value looks like compared to the rest of the county. And you can see Castroville, for good or for bad, it holds the distinction of being on the higher end of median appraised value homes. Some of that's due to our population, but some is just due to the values and the homes that we have.
Supply and demand.
Yep. These are the 2022 rates. This is our current rate. And just to clarify, the abbreviations on top, M&O stands for maintenance and operations. That's the general fund revenue that comes from property taxes that pays for general fund types of expenditures like policing and libraries and streets and that sort of thing. The INS stands for interest and sinking. That is the amount of tax levy that is used to pay down debt. And you'll see that this proposed year, that is going to increase. I think we had, yeah, I'm going to back up to the other slide in a second. So the proposed rate is 0.1553 for INS from 0.1263. So on the left is the current rate, on the right is the proposed rate. And the maintenance and operation rate is decreasing from 0.397 to 0.368. I'm going to go back a slide and do my best to explain this because it's never made complete sense what the state did. But what you have on the top line is the no new revenue tax rate. So that's the rate that it would take to get the exact same amount of money that we received last year, regardless of debt service or anything like that. This is the rate it would take. Instead of 0.5233, it would take 0.4795 to get the exact same amount of money. 0.5233 is the voter approval rate, so anything higher than this rate doesn't mean that it automatically has to go to an election, but you could be subject to an election by the populace. The de minimis rate, I hate explaining this one, but I'm just going to read what it says about it. De minimis rate is the rate equal to the sum of the no new revenue maintenance and operations rate, the rate that will raise $500,000, and the current debt rate for a taxing unit. So that's our 0.4795 plus the 0.1533 plus what it would take to get $500,000. Why is it $500,000, Scott? I don't know. I don't know. It's arbitrary as far as I'm concerned. But that's what the de minimis rate is. I don't know if that's like the upper threshold where you'd have to have an election if it went over that rate. I think that's very possible. But either way, I know that it's not the council's intention to exceed this. I just want to kind of remind you what we've been doing, the strategy we've been employing. This will be the second year that we've had, or third year that we'll keep it flat at 0.5233. What that's effectively doing is pushing down the operations and maintenance, the revenue we receive from our operations and maintenance, and pushing up the INS. And part of that, the strategy behind that is, as for a city like ours that's growing pretty considerably, all of the new value that comes on, a lot of that, especially the stuff that's subject to a TERS, so that tax increment reinvestment zone, the INS portion, whatever that rate is not subject to the TERS, and it's not subject to any future economic development agreements that we would make, whether it's a data center or some other company that we're trying to attract here. The INS typically is not something that the city would negotiate away. That's full, people pay full freight. And we have, because of the way we've issued our debt, all of the certificates of obligation that the city has issued, whether it be for utilities or for the general fund, have been issued in such a way as to allow the city the flexibility to increase its interest and sinking rate. And again, the reason we would do that is to allow for new to pay for some of the future investment in our city. We have hundreds of millions of dollars of need in our utility system, and really no means to pay for it except by trying to kind of finagle this INS rate. So that's kind of the strategy behind it. That's why the proposed rate is what it is. It's not coincidence that it's the same rate as last year, and this is kind of what it does to us as far as operations and maintenance. So we are receiving less money than we did last year on the property taxes from operations and maintenance, and that's reflected in the budget, and I'll point that out when we get to those budget slides. The reason we're able to do that is because our sales tax has increased proportionally to the decrease in property tax. Unfortunately, if we were able to keep the same amount of money coming to the general fund, that means we could expand service and do some other things. But what we're doing is trying to live on a tight budget and just live off of the annual increase in sales tax. So that's where we are. Let me see what else we have. This is the sheets that our financial advisor prepared for us. I recognize that this is a little difficult to read, and I think, can I do that? Yeah. Does that help? No.
I think the dot's better.
Yeah, I thought it magnified it, but it doesn't. So it doesn't really help that much. Really, this is just showing you what your taxable assessed value is. That's this line right here. And you can see in 2023, it's at 295 million, or was at 295 million, and in 2024 at 324. And they've tried to make some conservative estimates about where that value will go in future years. And then this is your existing general fund debt. So this is how much we owe, and you can see that it's falling off in future years if we don't issue additional debt, which presently we are not expecting to issue additional debt. That may be something that you would identify in the CIP, but it's not something we recommend for this year. This is your existing utility fund debt that will be supported by the INS rate. So in order to get our total rate to 0.5223, we transferred just a small amount of additional utility fund debt over to that the general fund's going to be paying. It's about $23,000 worth. That's the cash contribution that we made in the current year in right now, the one we're about to conclude. It was roughly $185,000. This is the new debt service, right? Yeah. your new debt service amounts, and you can see those, again, those follow the issuances that we recently made. There's your M&O rate. So again, this is, you can see they kind of kept it flat at 0.3279. The one thing I will say about this is that that's probably not the rate that we'll have. I don't know what it will be, but that'll be dictated by both state law, whatever changes the legislature makes in restrictions to our M&O rate and increases over the years, et cetera, and any future elections that the city has and debt issuances that the city makes. So the one thing I can say is that this is it's just a filler number, 0.3279. I wouldn't put a lot of stock in it. What really matters is what was it last year and then what is it this year. And those are on those previous slides I showed you. And then there's the INS tax rate. You can see that's the two numbers you saw before. And I think that's your total rate on the right. This is a little bit easier to read, so I don't have to post that bubble, but this just shows one of the things that we're trying to do is try to forecast one of the larger developments and its impact on the general fund. If you were to look at the prior estimations, you'd see that it was considerably different. I think we had something like $57 million coming online in 2023 and another $150 million in 2024. And that is definitely not the case. We didn't get, I think we had something like $300,000 in 2023, and frankly, I don't even think it's that high. Now, I don't want to, Alsatian Oaks, they've been paying, at least for the last 2 or 3 years, an increase in their property value, a considerable increase. It went from like $47,000 to a total land appraised value, and this is public record, you can go look it up, to something like $2.7 million. So they've been paying their fair share of taxes, if you want to think about it that way, on the value of the land based on what they bought it for and what it's not ag exempt and that kind of thing. But as far as the additional value from improvements, which is going to come in the form of commercial and residential construction, because there's been none, we haven't seen any additional value. The 2024 number is a conservative estimate. Basically, that's what I think roughly 16 houses will look like on the books if they're able to finish those in the next 12 months, which they're supposed to be able to. We'll see. What else can I tell you about this? You can kind of see the year-over-year changes, and again, there's your M&O rates and your INS rates, and you can see that all of this was done as originally kind of as a forecast. But I will say again, I think we've been able to do a lot more with the INS rate than we originally planned, and that's been a good thing. I feel good about the implementation of the plan thus far. That wraps up the tax presentation.
Any discussion from the participants, audience? All right, so we will close out the public hearing then at 5:52. Can I use your presentation there?
Yes.
I got to put on my other hat.
Do you want this
I
remote?
guess the sign hat, yes.
Do you want the remote too?
That's fine. Please.
Smuggled that one in, didn't
No, that was a gift from the mayor of Ensign. He had his Castroville hat on.
you? I meant tonight.
Oh, yes, I smuggled it in tonight, yes. I brought it incognito. So, sorry, the next item is the mayor's report. I'll bring that up here in just one moment. Well, I was thinking.
It's too hot.
Seems to know you're there.
It's too hot. Okay, here we go. That'll work. Play. From the beginning. Here we go. Hey, look at that. Okay, so this is the mayor's report, and it is completely weird. So, I don't know why. We'll see how that works. Okay. It's on. I'm going to take off subtitles. I think that'll work. All right, one second. Let me start over. Beginning. Yeah, all right. Okay, so the thing that is on the agenda is the trip to Alsace. We took a trip to Alsace. There were, all in all, almost 40 people that went. Most of them were represented by at least one family member, if not all family members that were descendants of different cities in Alsace. My wife and I were not those. We were the fremdes of the group. But first, I wanted to hijack it really quickly let's see if this works. It's my dad's birthday today. So I figured I would hijack just a little bit and show you a little bit about my dad. Yeah, that is me with my fancy hairdo. So my dad has lived a life of service and joy and sometimes discussion. That was Japanese food. Sometimes it's not the best. And has created something that's really nice, a family, and this is what they've created. So happy birthday, Dad. I just took a little prerogative. Please excuse me. I wanted to wish my dad a happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Yes, happy birthday.
So now we have a meeting. So this one is meeting of the mayors. We met with the mayors of Insesheim, who is our twin. They call this jumelage. It's a very specific relationship between two cities that include economic and cultural and historical exchange. And so we had kind of lost touch. The mayor of Insesheim, Mayor Habig, had reached out to me, I think last year or the year before, and said, hey, are we still twins? And we said yes. We appointed Phil King as the official ambassador to Alsace to make sure that we continue that relationship. We've had a lot of people that have leaned in. Kent and Diane Keaton did a lot of the organization to coordinate with these different cities. We brought them gifts. They provided gifts for us. We'll be showing that in a future council meeting. All of the things that they had shared with us, we'll end up putting some of it out here. So we'll talk about that. We brought them each the mayors of Insesheim, Egisheim, Wittelsheim, Hunevere, and Colmar, we brought them Texas flags that had flown over the Alamo this year on Bastille Day, which is very important to them. So we presented that with a certificate of authenticity, and we reaffirmed our sistership with Egisheim, with Wittelsheim. This is a new relationship. We had quite a few people that were from, and I'll go into a little bit more detail about each one of those. So you'll see a lot of stuff, actually, of myself and my wife, because I was taking a lot of these pictures. But you'll see this is the flag that Mayor Habig is holding. Those are the Schmitz on either side of us. They have been instrumental in the original twinning and have been good friends of Castroville ongoing. You can see the different Alsatian dancers. This is at a little event that they had in Insesheim, and the dancers danced. Now you'll notice when the Alsatian dancers of Texas from Castroville dance in Texas or in the United States, they'll wear their traditional Alsatian garb. When they go to Alsace, they wear their Texan garb with cowboy hats and cowboy boots. We also went to Egisheim. So you can see that the Schmitz are ever present. Here we have Paul Zink up at the top as well. He was instrumental in helping us reconnect with Egisheim. That is the mayor up at the top middle. The exchange of the flag. You can't see it, but they put up the Egisheim flag, the French flag, and the Texas flag. So you see that's the whole group from there. The Alsatian dancers danced here. It was a little bit difficult on the cobblestones. They managed to make it. The kids bowed out for a little bit. You can see they were resting there happily in the sun and under the cowboy hats. We went to Wittelsheim. So this was the first exchange with Wittelsheim. Down on the bottom right, you can see the mayor of Vittelsheim is there. If you look a little bit over, where is to the right? So I am to the right of the mayor of Vittelsheim, and then 2 over is Mayor Habig, again from Ensisheim. He traveled around with us as our twin. He was involved with a lot of the different ceremonies and spent a lot of time with us just to make sure that we continue that city-to-city relationship. The Hagelins, now they pronounce it different there, and I still haven't quite got the hang of how they pronounce it in Alsace. They shorten it quite a bit. I'm not really sure if I do it. But this is their family. So Bernard, that's there to the right of Caitlin, he actually put together this family tree, and up at the top middle is the original family that had split off. Part of them stayed in Vittelsheim, part of them came to the U.S. Down to the right side were all of the people that came to the U.S. And that picture in the middle of that sheet of paper is Garrett and Caitlin's family. And you can see how it all came down to there. And they met some of their cousins that they had met, some of their aunts and uncles. We went to their winery, which is the big vats up there. They put out quite a spread for us. Vittelsheim really kind of rolled this out. AMCT, the Alsatian Medina County group, historical group, had put this together. This is Pierre. If you look at where between Kent and Lauren Biediger, that's Pierre, young kid, early 20s, put this whole thing together. I couldn't find the pictures of it. If you look on Facebook, it was actually covered in the newspaper. It was covered on TV. A lot of the trip we had, I think we were covered 3 or 4 times in the newspapers, a couple of times on TV, all over social media. It was kind of a big bang with Castroville going to Alsace. They're very happy about that relationship. But they put up pictures of the different families. And Lisa Schwer was commenting about one of the pictures that they had up on their they had these easels where they had the family photos, and she started crying and she said, "These are my ancestors," and she had a picture that she had brought with them, and it was the same picture that they had right there. It was quite an emotional time for a lot of them, and they could trace a lot of their lineage back there. It was a really quite amazing time. A little bit more. This is some of the news coverage that we got. I do have translations if anybody wants to see that, unless you have brushed up on your French. Now these Cowboys, this is Cowboy City, this is Two Rivers City, and they have this entire western town that they have constructed and built. They showed up at Vittelsheim for the celebration, and we had to go and visit their Texas town, so we took pictures with them. We all donated a little bit to their cause to help them increase their Texas town. We gave them some euros, and we gave them some dollars just because they needed dollars. But everything that they have there is authentic and old, and it's really neat. It's all been hand-built. Each one of them has built their own places in this little village that has been donated by the city, and they've just created this really neat place. Again, we've got probably thousands of pictures between us, so we're trying to figure out a good way to present those. But that's what we have right now. And the Alsatian dancers dance at each one of these. I didn't have a ton of pictures of the dancers dancing. More of them were videos, but you can see they had actually done a dance for the the local Alsatian dancers had done their dance. You can see that in the bottom right, and then the Alsatian dancers of Texas also did their presentation. Again, this is I think this is that Carrie and Bradford, and I think that's Jenny Sue that are looking at the map, the family tree. Bradford found a cousin that he didn't realize that he had. He was very excited about that. We went to Hunavir. So Hunavir, this is actually kind of an interesting thing. This church in the background here, that was one of just a few that they have both Catholic Mass and Protestant services in the same church. They share the same, it was a fortified church. They share the same structure, the same building with different places of worship. This is the flag again with the mayor of Hunavir and one of his chief of staff. We just got some really neat pictures of the Alsatian dancers. They did dance, they did a performance there. Everybody was really excited about it. All of the people from Hunavir is only about 600 people. And I've got some other interesting things that I'll call out specifically about Hunavir in just a little bit. Then we went to Colmar. Actually, Colmar was one of the first. Up in the top left, you have, again, Mayor Habig was there. And then the mayor of Colmar is just to my left, my lovely bride to my right. We had, let's see, who else? Angela Austin was there. She actually helped us through. She visited Castroville, I think, 2 years ago, and she had heard. She's from Houston. She married a French guy, and they live in downtown Colmar, a really neat place. And she heard about the relationship between Castroville and Alsace, and was really excited about it. She came here, and she's like, "I'm here," and nobody was here. She came, like, I think on a holiday or something. So she came back again. I think it was earlier this year. She came, made an announcement, and we all did a big old picnic over at Kent and Diane's house, and had a big shindig. So she kind of returned the favor and really did a really great job there. You can see we switched hats. So I showed up there, and he's got his Castroville hat on. This is an old friend. I think this is an old friend of Les's and Patsy, and a good friend. Like, there are so many relationships here. The people that have been going, the Alsatian folks here have been going to Alsace every year, sometimes multiple times a year, not necessarily as, we did it as a big herd, a clouder of Castrovillians, but they have done it over the years very, very consistently. We met a couple of authors there. Janine Ernie, she actually has 2 books in our library that talk about when she came here initially in the 50s and then again in the 70s, did her dissertation here, and wrote a book about Castroville and about the founding of Castroville and kind of the early ages. This is, so the Alsatian dancers in Colmar were doing a dance, and so the Alsatian dancers in Texas, you can barely pick them out. If you can see Kent back in the background, Lauren Biediger, I think that's Diane. So a few different, they all danced together. They learned some new dances, and they were very excited to have the Texans dancing with the Alsatians. And again, the mayor of Colmar down on the bottom. This is a part of the official ceremony. And in Reggesheim, so this is a group of farmers. It is, let me tell you the exact name of them. I will butcher their name, the Ramasarbura in Reggesheim. I can't say it properly, but they all took the day off, and they put together this great picnic. This is a Flammekuche oven over on the side. They had sausages and some really, really neat things. In the middle there, they had the tractors with the fun little horns on them, and so they drove up, and you can see Elisa taking a picture of the person that's taking a picture of her. So sorry, Elisa, I didn't have one with your face uncovered, but they were a great, they just had so much fun. They sang and they danced and just really put on a great time. The mayor of Reggesheim is there to my right on the very bottom. Great hosts, and Teo and Sabine are down toward the bottom left of where the tractors really helped put a lot of this stuff together. We're just fantastic with this. And I think that is all of the pictures that I have now. If anybody wants to see more, we have plenty more. Again, we're trying to figure out better ways to demonstrate that stuff and show people some of the stuff. Some of the interesting things that I learned while we were there, Hunavir, it's, again, a town of 600 people. They valued so much. They're right next to, I can never say this one right, Ribuville, something like that. Cool little town. We actually went to one of their festivals there. They had a great time. They had this really, really interesting singer that would sing kind of traditional songs, but with Alsatian flares to them, and pull in some of the local history with the mainstream songs, and they just had a blast with it. All of the tourists left about 11:30, so we were only left with, I don't know, about 1,000 locals. It was very reminiscent of the end of the Alsatian Festival, with just the locals hanging out and having a good time, so it was really kind of fun. But what I found out is that Hunavir, because they're so small, they don't have much commerce, the city council decided that it was so important for them to have the local shop so that people didn't have to go over, I think that Rivavela is only 15 minutes away, but they felt it was so important to have people have a place to go and get their bread and their coffee and their thing. They actually provided a place for them free of charge for a local shop, kind of like the All Local. They provided something free of charge so that people would have just kind of that local service. So, some of the things that we're doing in terms of looking at having services near people, you'll see a lot of this in these small villages. Every single one of these villages has services that are there, and they're all very walkable. Some of them, I've seen the effect of being too successful with tourism. So there's a couple of those that they were just inundated with tourists, and they knew when to stay out. And, Colmar was one of them, actually. Colmar was really inundated with tourists, but they leveraged the exceptional amount of tourism that they got to start reinvesting in the city, and they've been rebuilding the city. Colmar today looks dramatically different than Colmar of 10 or 15 years ago because they've taken that revenue and reinvested it back into the city for the enjoyment of the people. They've opened up some of the canals where they used to be closed over. They've just done some really good things. So I think that there's a lot of takeaways that we'll be talking about in the coming months about some of the ideas that we can bring back, some of the ideas for commerce, getting some other things. Now this is just one of the cultures that we have here. So I'm working on making sure that we honor the heritage. This was a trip specifically for the Alsatians, and we have so many others that were a part of this, the founding of Castroville, the building of Castroville. So as we move forward, one of the things that we found I didn't put this one up, but we went to another festival where the dancers danced. They weren't supposed to, but it was, they invited them up, and they're like, all right, well, come on up. And it was a kind of like the Folklife Festival in San Antonio. They had all different backgrounds, and so you had people from all different areas of the world that had migrated there, and they were all providing the dance of their local culture. And so it was a celebration of all the different cultures. I think it's a great thing to do, and it's not ignoring one culture because we pay too much attention to the one culture, but it's paying attention to each one of them and making sure that they each have a platform to express their culture and to celebrate their culture. And it was something that it was done. They had a parade, and it was quite an event. It was really, really neat, and it was really meant for the people of that area. It wasn't to bring in outside tourists, but for people of that area. So, again, some really cool things, some really good stories, and we'll be doing some deeper dives on a lot of that going forward. So, overall, successful trip. I need a vacation to recover from the vacation. I know that was 0% sponsored by the city. That was 100% on our dime.
Thank you.
Well worth it, but it was just a really good time. The people that we met there and the time that we had to spend with our neighbors here was substantial. All right, we have a long meeting, and I'm being very talkative. All right, next item is we have the board liaison reports. We'll start with the Airport Advisory Board with Councilmember Martinez.
And I actually have 2 meetings to report on because yesterday was the meeting for this month. So the 10 July meeting, Brianna briefed the repaving of the runway was done, and she talked to the contractor, and the contractor said with the heating and everything that's going on right now, bubbling and cracking will occur with the repavement, so not to freak out about it. They were putting the new doors on the front and back of the, I don't know, the main office
Terminal
building.
building.
Yeah.
Terminal building.
That's what I was looking for. The septic was fixed. AWAS system resolution was to come to council. FAA be doing the 90-10, and that's what was in the consent agenda today. Last month, the fence was 30% done with cattle guard near water tank at Culvert. Food trucks, there was no interest at the time. They're going to look at maybe Veterans Day, when they have a lot of veterans and everything, to have food trucks out there for that one to see how it goes. The Airport Advisory Board would like to be involved with, it comes up for the water lease agreement, because that's coming up to expire in December of this year. They will like to be involved in that to make sure, get the laydown of what fair market value is for the water and everything like that. And they also would like to be involved with how to calculate the fair market value for the baseball fields. Because they noted that, this is a high dollar piece of property there, and they want to make sure that we're getting fair market value for that as well. Let's see. The topics for this year, they're going to be looking at doing an emergency response plan for the airport on the contingencies and what have you to deal with emergencies out there. They're going to be working on a continuity binder to pass along to members of the board when they come around. STEM with Medina Valley ISD and the Southwest Junior Tech College MOUs are being worked, should be in effect or coming about in about October, November timeframe. Next quarter, the parachute school will be officially on the FAA map with their little triangle. Then they're also starting to plan for the incoming visitors for the eclipse in October and in April. And that was it for the July meeting. Yesterday's meeting, the water rights contract, they really stressed that they would like a member in the meetings with figuring out the water rights contract to make sure we're getting fair market value and everything about that. EAA consolidated to one. That's a change to the irrigation rights. It'll be advertised next month in the Anvil. Says a benefit for that would be the 31-acre feed could be converted and be added to the 286-acre feed currently leased. So that's a positive thing.
And that's for the RPZ on the north side?
Yeah.
Okay.
They have concerns with, as far as the same person that would be drafting up the water rights contract, whatever, is also doing the research. They think that some people may construe that as conflict of interest, so they have that concern. The fence is complete, the cattle guards are in place, the water guard will be installed next week, and the fence is working. They're coordinating with Josh to capture the coyotes that are living in the drainage tunnels, but the fence and everything's working beautifully, they said. Just, they're loving it. Let's see here. They feel that the Medina Valley Youth Baseball Association rates need to go up for fair market value. AWAS system is going to be discussed at today's council meeting. All of the board positions, everybody for the chair, vice chair, all that stayed the same. So the same individuals are going to be in those positions. I'm going to be sending them a template for their emergency response plan for they can start drafting that up and working it. The Haberly hangar apparently is in pretty bad shape. The cost to repair the hangar versus tear down, they're going to assess that. The doors won't open and the walls are buckling. So it's in pretty bad shape. It's a weird hangar at a weird location. So one of the options that they're going to possibly look at is instead of rebuilding that hangar, to instead tear it down and extend the T hangars that are in that area, because it's in such an odd location and odd build. And they're going to figure out which one's more feasible. One other thing that was, because they saw on the agenda, and I asked them the question in regards to the airport zoning ordinance that is starting to be worked. They're concerned to make sure that, because New Braunfels does not have it, but we need a section in there regarding compatible land use. New Braunfels does not have that in theirs, and we do, because our airport is not surrounded by city property. It's not in the city limits, where New Braunfels it is. So they want to make sure that that is in there for as far as compatible land use.
It's not 100% surrounded by city.
Right. But it's not in there addressing, so they're concerned about that. And they would like to be involved, Cynthia, with that as far as the writing of this
Hold on.
ordinance. That
I just want to clarify, when these are board liaison reports, the things that you're saying, when you say they want to be involved in setting the pricing, they want to be involved in the land, all of that is a council decision and probably needs to be brought up as a future agenda item for you all to discuss what the expectations are for the level of involvement of this board. I know that's something that David questioned many times when he and I were together. He said, what is their, what are we supposed to do? What is their call to action as far as this airport board? So anyway, I just want to caveat that
I know.
because I want to be clear, staff is not taking, this is just a report as far as I'm concerned. I'm not taking any direction on this until council tells us that this is what we want to do. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just passing on the word.
Yep.
But they want to make sure that a compatible land use is in the ordinance. That way, we're covered. Yeah, and like I said, the big thing right now is the getting ready for the eclipse. They talked to the airport up at Fredericksburg. They are reservationed out packed, and so is Hondo. So they're searching around. They're starting to get their game plan together. That way, if they get communications, requests and everything for bringing in planes, they have a game plan of where they're going to park them and everything. So they're working that right now.
Great.
We will also let them know that we have reserved with ACOG, they have like a trolley bus that they just acquired last year. And so we have that on reservation for the eclipse. So just let them know that potentially may be available.
That's for the April eclipse,
That for the April, yes, sorry, for the April eclipse.
right?
Yeah, not
October.
Not the trial, yeah.
Yeah. What's that?
Not the trial eclipse.
Yeah, not the trial eclipse. I was trying to hear what he said, not the trial eclipse.
What is that one called in October? Is it the umbral?
Don't ask me. Darren's not here.
It's
He
a
probably said
partial
it.
eclipse where the sun isn't completely covered. The one in April.
It's complete, yeah.
Completely, we're dark for 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Here, yeah, the total eclipse, the longest, yeah.
And once again, I've been asked to pass on, they would like for us to get an airport manager. Pete's gone this week, so it's like, ooh, if we would have an airport manager, if anything big came up, they would have them to tap into. So I'm passing along there. Still would like for us to find an airport manager.
Great.
That's it.
All right.
We're not advertising for an airport manager, are we?
No. We can talk about that when we get to the budget, if you'd like.
All right. Next item is, thank you. Next item is Library Advisory Board on July 13th, 2023, and this is Council Member Mers.
The Library Advisory Board met at their regularly scheduled meeting. The library manager reported growth in circulation numbers and extreme growth in active accounts over the past year. The library is helping local artists, and I apologize, but Donald Yena, with digitization of parts of his collection, and in return received a tour of his various collections. Summer camps are finishing soon if they have not already. While the library's strategic planning is currently in full swing, there is a survey on the city website and everybody's responses are welcomed and valued. The kitchen area is currently being remodeled with the aid of a Medina Electric Cooperative grant, and the board briefly discussed expansion plans. And then I also attended, I don't know if it would be appropriate for me to add, I attended one of the library strategic planning meetings and took notes. So there was one with, I believe, Mr. Dixon in attendance and and library staff and advisory board members. There was a second one that was primarily members of the public, and that is the one I attended. They're hoping to get to 200 survey responses and a strategic plan should be coming to City Council sometime in October or November for review and approval. They spent a while asking for people's concerns and challenges, not just about the library, but the city at large. And I thought it was remarkable how closely those agree with the challenges we think about all the time. One of the things that was brought up by a number of people is the lack of a central message board or a primary location to find information about what's going on in the city. Maybe they have those. I don't know of one, but that was something, and I understand that the library can't necessarily provide that because it is a public thing. They can't advertise businesses and stuff. But unfriendliness to pedestrians, Highway 90 is terrifying to cross, small businesses, services close by, managing growth. It was just a lot of stuff that we hear in a lot of different environments, and so it was reassuring to hear from a very different group of people the same concerns. In terms of services, a lot of the requests that were coming from the audience boiled down to mostly more space. They would like to see a lot more space in the library, and I understand that this is also what happened in the first session because my wife was there. A lot of requests for more space, for different kinds of space available in the library or in a new library. And one particular note that I think might be useful to City Council is the suggestion that any new library buildings should be located close to otherwise available outdoor spaces, such as parks or plazas, because that would create a lot of synergy and a lot of, let the kids run around and then you go inside when it gets hot. So that's something for us to think about as we move forward. All right, so that's what I had from the
Great report, thank you. All right, Councilmember King is not here, so we'll hear about the HLC later. Councilmember Dyer with the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board on July 19th, 2023.
Yeah, the board held a meeting on the 19th of July, but there were several new members present, but there were several members missing. So the chair decided to table the election of officers and reschedule it for the next meeting, which is going to be on August the 16th. And there was no other significant actions taken to report on.
Great. Thank you, sir. All right. Next item is the budget work session number 3. This we have Scott Dixon.
Did you have any?
Did you have?
Said no
Okay.
meeting.
What's that?
Oh, no, I had no meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Lucky
why I
dog.
said no meeting on the agenda.
It was on the calendar, but they did not publish an agenda, so there was no meeting.
All right.
Right,
Fair enough.
I didn't have an agenda to publish, so yes.
We should talk to the chair about that.
If there's nothing to talk about, there's nothing to talk about.
I know, just picking. All right, go ahead, Scott.
So this is for under the budget work session. Give it a second to pull up. Let's see if it catches up. Okay, good. So I don't believe much has changed. The numbers may have changed just ever so slightly as we get updated numbers on our insurance costs and salary costs type things. So they've probably changed just very slightly due to that. But otherwise, these should be very comparable to what you've already seen. One of the things that we are doing in the budget document that will be ultimately adopted, as you'll see here, is we are going to provide you with 5 years of actual data, plus the current year data, and then the proposed tax year, our proposed fiscal year. So you have quite a bit to kind of compare against. What makes it difficult sometimes from a policy standpoint is understanding what changes took place at what times. So for instance, animal services was under the guise or under the responsibility of the police department, as you all know. When that got moved over, it got put under community services along with code compliance. Code compliance formerly had been under community services, so, community development services. So, not knowing that when you make the side-by-side comparisons, it look like things are out of whack. So that's the only challenge with doing this. But we still think like this is the best way to show this to you. So that said, if there is a different format you'd like to see it in, please just let me know. I can get into some of the reasons for increases or decreases if needed. But again, none of this should all be pretty comparable to what you've already seen.
Can I ask a question? Do you want us to make comment on the charts now, or you want us to wait till they're all done and then ask questions?
I think it's probably easier on the individuals. Are you all right with that?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, let's do questions and comments on the individuals. Just please make sure that you come up to the microphone so that people online can.
I don't have any on this chart. I just wanted to know.
Perfect, yep. I think it's really good. And we've been talking about some different charts. Scott will continue to work on that. I think that we can.
Yeah, for this, so one of the things to know also is we're working on, I'm leveraging an intern to develop what is commonly referred to as a popular annual finance report. Or a budget brief. It takes the adopted budget and puts it into a format that's more easily interpreted by the average layperson. So it'll include a lot of charts and graphs. This is very number centric at this stage. But again, that's also part of what your monthly financial data looks like. A lot of that has charts and graphs in it as well. And certainly we can provide comparative data in a chart form at the next budget workshop if you'd like it.
I got a question before you go off that chart.
Okay.
On the IT row, you're showing about a $12,000 proposed increase in the new budget.
Yes.
And you gave us the VC3 IT assessment findings and recommendations from August the 1st to read, which was scary.
Yes.
I hope everybody read it. But my concern is that I don't think $12,000 increase in the budget is going to be near enough money to pay for what we're going to end up having to do. And I think we should reconsider and maybe crank that number up to an increase of around $50,000 so that we at least have enough money in the budget to deal with the problem, because we know it's going to come. I'd rather do it early than wait and have to do a budget change. So that's something for your consideration.
Yeah, so here's my feedback about that. When we put this out to RFP, they will, some of the smarter ones will ask, well, what have you budgeted for this expense? And that tips your hand a little bit on what you're willing to spend. I can easily answer what we've spent historically, and that puts us in a much better bargaining position, I think, as a city. But at the end of the day, I think you're right, Herb, and I agree with VC3's assessment. There's all likelihood that when we go out for this RFP, depending on the scope that we ultimately land on, and that's part of what's on the agenda for tonight is the IT RFP, we may see an increase in this cost. I don't know what that'll be, and I know that we have some excess funds in the general fund that we'll see here in a minute. When you look at our revenues compared to expenditures. So you have some flexibility built into the current budget that would allow for you to make an increase of, I think, about $50,000 if you chose to do so in the future when you award that. We, as you know, I know it's not our preference to amend the budget, but the fact of the matter is we amend the budget almost every single council meeting. Almost, not quite, but on average, at least once a month, the budget gets amended to align with current expenditures. So I'm perfectly comfortable.
My concern is we get a balance. We say we have a balanced budget, but we know it's not balanced because we know that number is not realistic. So why do we say we have a balanced budget?
I don't know.
I'd much rather see the money put in. We can always take it out if we don't use it, But at least I feel comfortable that we really probably do have a balance.
I wouldn't go so far as to say it's unrealistic, though, because I really don't know. We don't know who all is going to participate from firms, and we just don't know what their costs will be. We've gone through a couple of different bidding exercises recently, and typically there is a pretty good spread between the lowest bidder and the highest bidder on the same scope of services. So I really don't know what it'll be. You're going to comment?
Well, I was going to say, I think that part of budgeting is you know that your budget is always going to be low. By a little bit or a lot, the idea is to get it as close as possible. Totally agree with that. But I think that what I would ask, I like the approach of being very careful about it before an RFP, modifying it afterward. Do you feel like, from the budget management standpoint, do you feel like we're at risk of not having enough money to be able to pay for the expected increase in the IT? Or do you feel like we are we're substantially flexible enough to be able to absorb that if that does occur?
We have about $50,000 excess in the general fund budget right now, and I think that excess, I would hope, is enough to cover any delta. But I do think that when we put this out for RFP, depending on who you select, and that's a big caveat, because it's going to be best price, best fit, right? So who do we feel most confident is going to be able to provide the highest level of service to the city on some level? And it may not be based simply on highest level of service, because that could be very expensive, right? It could be what's the right fit for the city. And I think depending on what the council chooses, there's a very real chance that we'll end up spending some more money. But I really don't know, and wouldn't feel confident saying it's $25,000 more or it's $50,000. I really don't know. I think it's safe to leave it where it is, because this does reflect our historic expenditure, knowing that we have the flexibility to increase it should we need to. That's how I feel about it. But I will do whatever y'all are.
Yeah, I am. I've got a couple more comments on the, we've talked about the IT department many times in the past, and we've always come to the conclusion that we should outsource it. And I think by this drill that you're going through right now should cause us in the near future to look at that again, because this is going to be a very expensive proposition.
For sure.
So we need to start thinking about maybe in the couple, 2-3 years, start building our own IT staff to work with them, eventually to take it over down the road.
A good gauge, I'll say this, a good gauge for internal IT staff is really how many IT needs arise that require a person in the building to fix it, right? When we get to a point where you hit critical mass, where you actually could have a full-time job, that's when you need to start looking at IT. This is great. We're not there yet.
Well, I think that the other thing that we're not the size, we don't have a budget for it yet.
But it is something
it's
we need to
not-
review.
It's not something necessarily that we need. There's different IT positions that you can have. So one option would be to have a hands-on break-fix technician. The other would be to have an IT manager that understands technology and can take it from, so you either take it from a strategic level where they're managing the IT professionals, or you take an IT professional who is doing the actual work that is required for it. So I think it's a bigger conversation that I think that the RFP and the results of that will help guide that discussion, so I think you're right with that.
Well, and I appreciate Councilman Dyer reminding us of that, just because I do think it's something that needs to be looked at. And that should be, there's a lot of different service levels that we can look at in that with the same lens, saying, does it still make sense to outsource this? Or, should we bring this in-house, that sort of thing. And there's a number of different contracts that we could look at doing that with. Okay. Any other questions on this slide?
I hate to
No,
be
please, no.
cornering the microphone. I'm happy to
Corner the microphone.
wait for everybody else. I've got a question on the same chart on the tourism row. We've been going down this relatively new experiment on tourism for several years. We've got a pretty hefty increase planned in the budget of about $35,000. And I'm a little skeptical. I haven't seen a whole lot of data, empirical data, that shows me that our investment is producing the return on investment that we had hoped to have. So I don't believe that increase is warranted, and I would like to see, as part of the budget process, some empirical data that can help convince me that we should spend another $35,000 in addition to what we've already planned. So I'd like to get a little bit of feedback from the staff on what has improved as a result of us hiring this staff.
Yeah, this is a concern you shared this morning, and it's something I talked to Darren Ham about today. We have an EDC meeting this Thursday, so one of the things we prepared in the past and presented was basically what were the accomplishments over the last year. And so we will revisit that with the EDC, but yeah, I feel, number one, I think we've made a lot more progress than we realized, because it doesn't appear to be a lot, but when you start to add it all up, it's quite a bit. That's number one. Number two, this is a giant shift. The economy, the local economy, whether you're talking about tourism and the tourism aspect of it, or the actual economic development aspect of it, as I shared when we talked about this at the outset, it is a multi-year commitment. Which is one reason why the city council was asked, when we create this position, we want to make a multi-year commitment out of the fund balance. We're going to get to this in a second. Really and truly, in its second year, you don't actually have to make the fund balance commitment that you've made, because we have enough sales tax growth to cover it. But be that as it may, it's going to take a significant amount of time to see actual new businesses, tax rate increases, et cetera, because that's just the nature of things. But I think what we can do in the interim is establish clear objectives, clear expectations, and be able to report back on those. And I think we've done that. In the year one, we had some clear expectations, guidelines, this is what we want you to do. And I feel very confident that Darren Ham is meeting those. And so we will have to demonstrate that, and we're happy to do that on Thursday. So we'll do that with the EDC, and then we'll come back to the council and make a similar presentation in the future. Okay.
Thank you. That's all the questions I had on this slide.
All right, thanks. Good conversation. Anybody else? All right. I think you swapped your slides.
No, I think, well, I don't know if I did.
Yeah, you did.
What do you mean swapped them?
You made this your primary monitor? You just-
Instead of the
No,
slideshow?
no, it just, I couldn't get it to extend, so extend and duplicate. Extend isn't working, so I'm just duplicating. So if you can read it, I think I can, because it's in presenter mode, you can see my notes, there's not a lot of it.
Hit display settings up at the very top.
Yes.
You really
Swap.
underscored Mr.
That
Dyer's
one?
argument for an IT department.
Yeah. David, your comments are not appreciated. All right. That's not doing anything.
Okay.
So
We
like
might
I said,
also
I
want to
can-
invest in IT training for our existing staff.
I don't think this is user error, honestly, because it's supposed to work on an
We
extend.
can get a low-cost instructor.
And when I do that, it does that. So,
He does things for free.
Yeah, I don't charge for my IT services.
Blocks I can do for some of my
so yeah. Unfortunately, it's only working on duplicate right now. I don't
That's
know why
fine.
that is. It worked on extend earlier. All right. But if you can read this, then that's good. So one of the things you'll see is we have transfers in of $684,000. That's really what's making up the delta. Your expenditures exceed current revenues by almost the same amount as the transfers in. This, keep in mind, this is a vast improvement of where we were 3 years ago. 3 years ago, we had a massive transfer from our utility funds, and you'll see that in a minute when we look at the utility funds' expected fund balance contribution. They're able to contribute more to their fund balance than they used to be able to. These transfers in are made up of several different sources. Utility is just one small piece of that. Some of that is debt service and some other line items. So I'm pleased with kind of how this is shaping up. And again, a lot of that has to do with just our robust revenues that we've got right now in sales tax.
Do you not have a slide on the 5-year, I see a bunch on the expenditures, but not on the revenues?
No, but I think that was provided to you in the monthly report you received earlier, and you'll get another version of that tomorrow. I'm going to get the staff reports out to you. And I just want to, in recognition of staff, I'd asked them to put all this together and get it to me by July 26th, with the intention that Deborah would send it out to you all in a combined report, and that never happened. And I don't want to, anyway. So you will get those tomorrow, but they did have them on time. I just didn't get it to you. So in that report, you'll have an updated financial report that's really groovy, if I can use that old 70s term. It's got a lot of graphs that I think you'll like it. It's got the 5-year comparative data that you'd asked for, Mayor, specifically, in the same format that you'd asked for, I think.
We'll take a look at it.
We'll do a litmus test and see if it works.
It's a work in progress.
Yeah.
And I have to commend you and the rest of staff, just the way that I see everybody backing each other up as we run into challenges. It's been outstanding. I've seen a bunch of people step up and help out, and so I think that's really cool.
No, I can't advance or do anything. What do y'all do?
I read a shirt somewhere that says teamwork makes the dream work.
I actually had a question about that last slide.
Please.
This one? Or the one before it?
The general
summary?
fund summary.
Okay.
Could you explain to me and the layman in the audience, so the utility fund is transferring money into the general fund?
It
But
only is a
also-
franchise fee.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So they
It
pay.
was
they're-
confusing because the general fund is covering some of the utility funds
Debt service, and that's a choice we're making in order to keep the rate where we're at. And that's, again, ultimately up to the council. We do not have to adopt that rate, but that's what would keep us at .5233 without having to worry about an election or anything else. Because the INS is a portion of the state has basically said, if you've got the legitimate reason to raise this rate to pay debt service, then you can do so. We could raise it considerably more than it is. We aren't trying to do that. We're trying to keep that rate flat at .5233, and the goal would be to do that. The original goal was to do that once until the Alsatian Oaks caught up, which we anticipated would be next year. I don't think it's going to be next year. So, I mean, we'll have a few houses on the ground, but not nearly as many as we had originally anticipated. So my recommendation to the council is to keep that rate flat at .5233 and continue allowing INS to grow just by pennies until we see substantial new development. And that's not just Alsatian Oaks. We also have Country Village. We also have this one that you just had an annexation hearing about. You also have the Flat Creek, which we're going to be discussing in executive session. So there are multiple developments. We aren't putting all our eggs in the Alsatian Oaks basket, but my strong recommendation from a financial kind of strategy standpoint would be to try and maintain your tax rate where it's at right now until you have enough new growth that you can justify taking a second look at your O&M rate, and then look at also, well, what are we trying to do from a capital investment standpoint? What quality of life enhancements or improvements do we want to try and make for our citizens? Those types of things. And all of that will play into the INS rate.
So the question that you asked was about the transfers. A little bit of history on that. The way that it was done for years was there was an arbitrary amount that was just transferred in that covered the delta between what was available in the general fund and what was needed in the general fund. And to Scott's credit, when he first came in, he rearranged our budget to say, let's make it, instead of being arbitrary, let's make it methodical. And he came up with a formula that is, I think, right on. Anytime, like CPS has serves power inside of city limits, outside of our service area and their service area, they pay us a franchise tax just as we're charging a franchise tax to our own utility. So it makes it commensurate with what our utilities are paying versus other utilities that are servicing inside of that. And so I think
I appreciate it. So we charge ourselves 3.5%, the franchise fee. That is a very defensible franchise fee. I will tell you this, San Antonio, for instance, the city of San Antonio charges its utility, I don't want to make up a number, and I don't want to be wrong, but I think it's at least 14%. It's either 14 or 19. It's really high. But we can do that. Cities can do that, and it's really at our discretion. But we're able to subsist on 3.5%. Now, the other thing we do, and this is also a change from the way we used to do it, is the utility pays direct fees for general fund services. So the utility fund doesn't have a finance office. The utility fund doesn't have an HR office. The utility fund doesn't have a city secretary that helps with the items that would be pertained to the things that they do on a daily basis. So they pay us to do that work for them, and they pay what I believe is their fair share of those costs. So there's a portion of our personnel costs and other costs that get attributed to the utility fund, in addition to that franchise fee. Now, the thing that the utility fund, you can get in a position where it's right and proper for us to look at and say, well, at what point does it make sense for the utility fund just to hire its own people to do those same things? And you can get to the point where if it gets ridiculous, that's where you're at. You're like, man, I could just hire someone else to do all this for us. But that, again, that's duplication of effort and that kind of thing. So those are things we try to keep a close eye on. We don't want to take advantage of ourselves and our position. So we're trying to keep things what I think is fair. And the other thing we have to be concerned with from the utility fund is, again, we want, given our current state of utilities, the fact that we had a water main break in River Bluff, which is not a super old area, that put that whole area out of water for a while and jeopardized our water system during the period of a drought. Those are serious concerns for us. We're going to be able to put the utility system in as strong a position as possible to make reinvestments into the capital infrastructure. And so those are all good reasons why you don't drain. Some cities, they'll hook a hose up and they'll just drain that utility fund to the city's benefit. And I think the way we are approaching this, the way you all are approaching this, is very prudent, because it allows for stability in both the general fund and the utility fund, and allows the utility fund to make significant investments. Just as a reminder, of the $15 million that's been issued, 10 of that has been for the utility fund in the last 2 years. So it's that's what's enabling that you all to do that. And again, we'll cover that in just 1 minute.
Thanks.
Anything else?
Is that a good explanation?
Excellent explanation.
Okay. I heard excellent. So this is our fund balance contribution. These are estimates. They will change, and that's why estimates only is in all caps. I do anticipate this number will be different. I don't know how, but it will be. But this is the important thing to know is, because we use a generally accepted practice for accounting practice for establishing our general fund expenditures and revenues, it means that we're going to be conservative. We're going to be conservative on what we think we're going to spend. We're going to be conservative on what we think we're going to make. And that is what gives us the AA+ rating that we enjoy, and what creates the strong financial system that we have. And I believe that the level of conservativeness, if you will, is that is being applied is prudent. It's not too conservative. It's not. I think it's just right, as the old nursing home would tell us. So the thing that's important to take away here is that despite all of those intra-year budget amendments that you all have made, and said we're going to pay for this, and we're going to pay for that, and we're going to pay for that, despite all of that, right now, as staff is estimating our end-of-year revenues and expenditures, it appears that you're going to add to the fund balance. And you approved, mid-year amounts. The liquidity bridge project alone was $127,000 that was not in the budget, and that we were going to spend fund balance. Well, rather than that come from fund balance, as of right now, we're actually going to be contributing. The fund balance will be growing. So just wanted you to keep that in mind. We try to be very, very frugal when we talk about spending in the departments, and you can see that. I think really and truly we have an excellent staff that's very, very mindful of dollars and cents, and are very careful about how much they spend and how they spend it. I've worked for a number of different cities now, and I think I really truly believe that the staff for the city of Castroville, in my personal experience working for these other cities, is the most conscious of that than any city I've worked for. And I don't know, I'm not going to take credit for that, because obviously I worked in those other cities and it wasn't the case. So I think it's something that existed before I got here, and it's something that you should be proud of, that we have such mindful and thoughtful staff.
I thought that was something that was very interesting when I first moved here. I was amazed at how much the city workers cared. My first exposure was to JJ. and he was just super friendly, and he showed me different things, and like I brand new, and he's like, come here, let me show you this, and just really friendly and very helpful. Curl, the same kind of thing, just very, and I found this as we go through this, it's just a great atmosphere of people that really care, and I think that's one of the reasons they work so hard for the city, is because they really truly do care about the city. And to your credit, you do a great job of making them feel appreciated, so.
I never think it's enough. I
Yeah.
think we really do have some great
It's true.
employees. So here's our utility fund expenditures. You'll see year over year, there's some significant increases, and you can, now that you can see my notes, you can see where some of those are. You know, for instance, in gas, we know that we're going to have, well, we're anticipating an increase in our contractual costs with CPS Gas. That's one of the things, I'm not even touching you. Why are you doing this? That's one of the things that we're going to discuss in executive session tonight, is the options that you have for our gas system. So we'll talk about that a little bit later. And you do have these in front of you as well, so you can look on paper. And those of you who picked up the printout, these slides were also in that printout. They just weren't about taxes, they're about the budget.
There are still some back there if anybody wants one.
Yeah.
I can see them.
I've got a comment about this slide, if I can make it. If you add up all the changes in different utilities, you're looking at a $1.2 million increase in the next budget. And the point I'd like to make is, I think it's clear that if we're intending to maintain the same amount of money that we need from the utilities, that we're probably going to have to raise rates in gas, sewer, electric, and water in the coming year in order to keep fluid, solvent. Now, I know you have a lot of flexibility in how much profit you want to make on each of those, but the bottom line is, those numbers say to me, we're going to have to probably have to raise rates in the coming year. And I think everybody in town needs to understand that is the high probability.
Yeah, so one of the things, I appreciate you bringing that up, one of the things that is being worked on right now, hopefully it'll be ready by the August 22nd meeting. That's the target that I've given our consultant at Schneider. They were waiting on us to provide them some information that they got today. So it's just a matter of how quickly they can turn it around. But they're the ones that did our rate study initially, so the task that I've given them is revisit that. Some of that rate study, kind of like our tax rates, was based on the expectation of new service accounts, because it's not just the property tax, it's the rate-paying folks, the people that are going to use water, sewer, electric in those areas. Keeping in mind that in some of those areas, it's a CPS-served territory, so we don't get all of that revenue. We do get their franchise fee. So that, since that growth has not taken place, we're having them revisit that model, and that's something that we're going to discuss, I hope, at the 22nd meeting. This is an area that I think deserves substantial deliberation on part of the city, and so it's very possible that you will be asked to adopt a utility budget without adopting the new rates until after that budget's adopted. I'm trying not to do that to you because I think it's important to look at these things and figure out what it is. But as you're going to see in a minute, right now, absent a rate increase, what we're doing from a budget standpoint is plugging in utility fund reserves to make up the difference. And it's about $1 million, as you correctly stated. You'll see that in the next slide, if I get there. Why do you do this to me? There we go. So that's our revenue. You can see $985,000 coming from fund balance, so it's roughly $1 million. We helped out a little bit, $25,000, John. So the city, honestly, the city has because you own the utilities, if the utilities were in a position that they couldn't pay this amount, you could step in and help pay it just out of your reserves. You have that option. It's not needed, and I don't believe we're going to get to that point, and here's why. When you look at this year, our estimated contribution to their fund balance is around $854,000. So that's almost enough to pay next year's deficit, if you want to think about it that way. It's not the way that I would like to, that I want to run a budget. I don't recommend it at all. Current revenues should always be enough to pay for current expenditures. That should be your goal. But in this case, we are, again, financially sound enough to be able to weather this short storm until you have the opportunity as policymakers to look at the rates, look at what you want to do with the gas system, look at what you want to do with the electric system. I do want to make this comment. When those rates were adopted, what we did in expectation of changes to the Public Utility Commission's laws related to rate making, we put more of the rate into the base charge and less into the rate. So before, our base charges were minimal, like $5, $10, whatever they were, and then we had these pretty sizable rates for water per gallon cost or electric per kilowatt hour used cost. We flipped the script on that and made the base fee something like $35 or whatever it was to not make the rate quite as high. The thing that we did, however, is that we adopted, like on the electric rate, a flat rate. It's this many this many cents per kilowatt hour, and that's it. We don't have a way to pass through variable power costs. That is different from what we do on the gas system. On the gas system, because every single month what we pay for gas gets adjusted based on what the ship channel cost is, the Houston ship channel, we actually take that cost, mark it up slightly, and we pass that through. It's a pass-through cost. So one of the things that more than likely will come back to this council is looking at our electric rates specifically and how that's designed and whether we just want to increase the base per kilowatt hour cost, if that's what's needed, or if we want to look at some type of power cost recovery factor, a power cost equivalent.
Didn't we used to do that with electric?
I don't know.
We used to have a cost for electric and then an adjustment every month, which was the same thing you do for gas.
Right.
And you did that every single month in order to pass on the cost.
Yeah. I don't know if that's what you used to do or not, but either way, we're gonna wait and see what Schneider recommends to us, and then staff obviously will discuss that internally, and then we'll have a presentation for council and give you our best thoughts and recommendations related to future rate making. And I hope to do that August 22nd. I just don't know if we're going to be ready. So we'll do our best. The next area, I believe Councilman Dyer had some questions about as well, but this is the airport expenditures. I didn't just fast forward one, did I? No. Okay. Yeah, I did? No, I didn't. Okay. Only slight changes in expenditures, and this is really to recognize that we have additional federal and state funds that are available to us that require a match. So we increase the expenditure to recognize the needed match for those funds. There's the transfer out. I had requested this to be adjusted, but I don't believe. Oh, wait, no, it's on the next one. It shows transfers out of $6,000. I'm trying to remember what that is. Oh, that's their payment for admin services. That's what that is. That's what they pay for admin. There's additional. You can see there's their transfers out. So the previous slide didn't get changed, but this one did. It jumped from 6,000 to 16,000 to recognize the fence. The city made a short-term loan to the airport to pay for the fence, and so they pay that back over a 10-year period at $10,000 a year until it's paid out. There's your total estimated revenues and total estimated expenditures. And this year, there's an estimated fund balance contribution of $65,000. That's a little bit of an anomaly. We typically would expect to see around $20,000 to $30,000 in fund balance contribution. So we are not advertising for a position because as far as I'm concerned, we can't afford it. There's not, when we look at our expenditures, and you all have access to the actual Excel spreadsheets that has the line item budgets in there for airport. I challenge you to look at that budget and tell me what other way we can spend our money that would allow us to afford to pay an airport manager. The last time we went out for airport managers, the minimum that we were looking at paying someone was in the $120,000 range to be an airport manager. I don't know that that's comparable, I don't know, but I just know that when we got our applications and people looking for their salary requirements, et cetera, that's where we were at. What we did in the past with David, number one, you had a retired veteran who wasn't as conscious about his salary, frankly. He enjoyed what he did. He loved his job. He loved being at the airport, and he wasn't trying to make the max. He deserved more, could have made more, but he wasn't asking for that. Eventually, we promoted him to assistant public works director, and that allowed us to kind of play with the airport budget a little bit because the airport only paid a very small portion of his salary, and the utility paid the rest of it as the assistant director. Unfortunately, when he left, we had to fill the assistant position in the public works, so the utilities paying full freight on that. They aren't getting anything from the airport. And we also had to fill his position. And the way we've done that right now is with Brianna Soto being willing to step up and handle it. She and I recognize that neither one of us are airport managers. We do not have the resume that David had, nor the resume that many airport managers might have. But I've been very, very proud of her efforts. I think she's done an excellent job stepping up and trying to fill that void because that's an easy role to fill. So my concern, obviously, with adding a person is where do we get the money to do it at the airport? And like I said, right now, I don't think we have the funds to do it personally. Even if we went back to the way things were when it was just David out there, David and Issa. Issa was part-time. David's salary, again, it was kind of falsely deflated because he wasn't asking for what I think is market value for that position. So I just don't think there's enough money in salaries to do something out there. But I welcome input from other folks. I believe the advisory board has been given a copy of the budget, so they know what we're budgeting from a revenue and expenditure side. And if they think we can afford one, show me how.
And I think that's prudent. You know, part of the reason to have these advisory boards is because they're people that have experience in this. They're not, I know, I've heard that in the past they would direct, like they should not and will not direct counsel on the things that we have to do, but they should absolutely advise us on the things that we can do and come up with ways to help fund this stuff. So coming up with new revenue ideas and coming up with new services that we can provide, I think it's a wonderful use of their talents with their experience. And if we can get to that point, that's great. But to your point, we don't have that right now.
Yeah. And I know there's an item later on the agenda that talks about who establishes the rate at the airport and how we're going to do that. And I think I do want to talk about the importance of the tenants we have and the class of the tenants we have out there, because I do feel like it's more than just what you pay in rent. It's really what are you doing for the community, the aviation community. And we've got a lot of folks out there that do an awful lot, and they do it basically for free. We aren't paying them to do it. They do it out of
Let's talk about that during that.
So we'll talk about that later. Yeah. This is the last slide, and it's the upcoming dates. Again, you can see the 22nd, we're going to have our second tax rate hearing and our budget hearing. These are the ones that are required by law for us to hold. And then at that meeting, like I said, I think we will, it says later, adopt the comprehensive fee schedule. That's on the 26th. Councilman Dyer, I recall the last time we went through this process, one of the things he wanted to see us change is if the budget is reliant upon the changes in the fees, we should adopt the fees before we adopt the budget, or with the budget adoption. So I do recall you saying that. And I did share that with Leroy when we were developing this time frame. So although that says the 26th, again, my goal is to have the amended fee schedule to you all on the 22nd, the proposed fee schedule, so that when it comes to adoption of the budget, on the 12th, you'll at least know what the proposed fees are, and be able to consider all that together at the same time. Okay.
Any questions? Thank you. Anything else on that, Scott?
Nope. It took 40 minutes, so I think we're good.
Nice. Well, these are really helpful. The next item is consider and take appropriate action on an ordinance amending the water management plan, and that is water conservation.
There was a lot of traffic in the email about this from various members of the council, so I know you have a lot of opinions, and we're open to those. I do want to caveat this discussion. The water management plan is something that's required for us to establish. We are a little bit beyond our grace period for having one established, and we followed their recommendations as far as trying to establish what were realistic goals. So the goal that we established was a 1% reduction in water loss, which is not very much, we admit. But we're just trying to basically, as politically correct as we're just trying to check the boxes so that we can submit something that complies and makes us puts us in good graces with TCQ, or who is it? Texas Water Development Board, the TWDB. And they're the ones that obviously, they fund a lot of our infrastructure investments. So it's important to them that we have some kind of plan on. But that said, so my point is, this plan that we're submitting is mostly to keep TWDB happy and make sure that we're doing the minimum that they ask us to do. That we can do much more than the minimum. And I think some of the email traffic I saw, there were a lot of different good ideas floating around there about, what do we do for car washes, and how do we ensure that large water users are curtailed in a proper amount during a drought of the severity we're in. We're only, do you know what's the acre foot today? 627. And it's 621? 625. Yeah, so we are 2 acre feet away from going to stage 5. And that's the highest level,
Ever.
stage level that we can be in. So it's this is a serious drought, and we do need to look at conservation. And so I think it's perfectly appropriate for y'all to discuss those types of things, and we can have that discussion now. But I also want to mentally separate. We have this water management plan that we're submitting to the Texas Water Development Board that's really perfunctory in some level. I mean, it is and it isn't. We're serious about trying to make these improvements, but the goals are kind of purposely low because we're just trying to satisfy what those expectations are. In addition to that, we can go above and beyond all you like, but we don't necessarily have to figure that out tonight.
And I think that the best way to handle this is to approve the plan, the water management plan as presented, but then to continue that. As you said, there's been some good conversation about this through email about how to deal with this. So I would encourage you to reach out to Scott and work. And he's working on getting the fee schedule put together. I think that we need to figure out what that is and make sure that he understands what your priorities are with that. And we'll discuss that we're discussing it at the next council meeting. So make sure you get all your stuff together and get that over to Scott.
Especially as we're talking about fees in the upcoming meetings, we can look at graduated fees for water and that kind of thing when we're looking at these fee schedules. And again, the plan is a plan. It's kind of like having an emergency response plan. It's separate from the ordinances and requirements that the city would adopt in its own code. And so we can look at those separately, and one doesn't necessarily have to impact the other.
Real quick, hold on one second. Let me just ask, can we discuss some of those ideas during this about rates, since we're talking about the water development plan, or is that outside?
You can, to the extent that in the rate in the plan on page 6, there's a graduated table of rates that coincides with our own rate table. So if you'd like to comment on the appropriateness of our graduated rates and what they may look like, and advise staff on what you're looking for, so that when we bring something back to you on the 22nd, it looks different, I think that would be appropriate.
Okay, go ahead. Councilman Dyer.
I would like to recommend that we try to establish a date for a workshop with the city council and appropriate water experts, both from the staff and from our engineering support staff, because this could be a long and complicated discussion, and it's going to, we need some experts to kind of guide us, keep us in the lane. So I think it's a good topic, but I think it's going to be long and detailed, probably is a workshop kind of a thing.
Are you able to support it? You know,
Respec did do they did the analysis for us, and I saw some duplication of effort in some of the emails that were flying through, because some of that stuff they answered for us, like what was our volume usage versus stage we're in, and how much did we actually reduce? Well, they have a pretty good picture of that, because they show it. They don't show it on a monthly basis; they show it on an annual basis. And the thing to remember is that when they declare a stage, the stage is declared for just a period, not for a whole month, it's for a period of time. It could be for months, or it could be for just 3 or 4 days out of a month, depends on the water level of the aquifer. So I think their report had a lot of the information a lot of the information y'all were looking for. And if we were to do a workshop, I would probably invite Respec back to advise us on appropriate, it depends on what we're looking at, but if we're looking at dedication of acre feet or water curtailment strategies, that kind of thing, those are all things they could probably advise us on.
just based on what the current weather is, what the current drought situation is, the level of the aquifer, we're at the worst drought that we've had, I believe, in 70 years. I know in the 50s, we got down to 613 feet in the aquifer, so there's still a lot more that we could go that could be pretty devastating. So just as an emergency response, I don't think it's a bad idea to start tracking that like on an individual basis, because we could be, especially with the new laws that have been put in place with the Edwards Aquifer Authority, making sure that we're compliant with that. So I would support that. Do you mind Herb and Scott working on putting something together?
Like a workshop?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that'd be prudent. Okay.
Yeah, I sent Scott a couple of questions because nowhere in here mentions how businesses are notified and making sure they meet. Like when we went into stage 4, Walmart had no idea we were in stage 4 and they had a Dunkin' booth and water was just rolling down into the parking lot. They're like, oh, well, who's supposed to tell us?
So your ignorance of the law is no excuse.
I understand, but we need to mention businesses in here. Yeah, something. And, we have in here regarding making sure all non-public swimming pools have at least 20%, 5% coverage. Okay, that's great to say, but how are we going to enforce that?
Yeah, some of these, so I did provide answers to that, but I understand you were at the store this morning, so you weren't able to read those. And my answer to that particular question was, it's unrealistic for us to enforce some of this stuff, so it's really just, it's good and best effort by our public. So the first is to notify them that these restrictions actually exist.
Yeah.
And to that end, we've created websites and public
Announcements.
pamphlets and announcements and that kind of thing to let them know what stage we're in. We're putting out signs, let people know what their watering days are. But you're absolutely correct that, or you're absolutely right that some of this you really can't enforce realistically.
I think the best statement, and you had mentioned this before, the best statement that we can make to the press and to the public is that we are in a severe drought situation. You put out a lot of notices, we put them out all kinds of different areas, and people need to pay attention to that. Residences, businesses, everybody needs to pay attention to what's going on with this because we're in a dire situation. We all need to work together to make that happen, but it takes proactivity and people that actually care that it makes a difference. So to a part of that, as much as we can do, we'll do, and they need to take some responsibility. Yeah.
Has the staff received any pushback regarding the first one under 4 with no new applications approval for
Not yet, but there are a couple of different applications that are pending. So we have new houses that are being built. So we just talked about the importance of those structures going in, but the fact of the matter is, if we are in a stage, and I know John and I have talked about this, because it's like, if we've made the developers aware, so we have those conversations that, hey, this drought is real, and it will have real impacts. And if we are in a stage 4 or stage 5, when you make your application, you will not be allowed to tap. But so far, things have fallen, like Country Village, things have fallen at times when we weren't under those restrictions. And so we're allowed to allow for that to happen. But we have a request, some of the wells on Lower Lacoste have gone dry, and we've had requests for water extension in those areas. Well, if that were to happen, if we had to make a decision today, we'd have to say, sorry, we have to wait.
Yeah.
We're having those conversations now because we don't know what stage we'll be in by the time that's ready to be connected. But these are, you're absolutely right. I mean, those are things that should be a cause for concern.
Because it would affect the homes going in behind Napa.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, all of it.
Every single one.
Yeah.
Anybody who needs a new tap for any reason. So, yeah, Pastor Rob's prayer for rain was absolutely appropriate.
Tropical depression. Okay. Yeah.
So, do we have homes under construction? How many homes do we have under construction right now? Like actually broken ground?
I know of one in Country Village.
It's not too
Yeah,
many. My
there's-
point is that
There's
it's going to take
two in
them.
River Bluff. Yeah, I don't know, it's like 6 or 8, maybe?
Yeah, it's not that
Citywide.
many. So the point is, it's not that many. The probability, well, hopefully, according to the Farmer's Almanac, we should have a cold and what, maybe that's hopeful thinking, but it may not have any impact on us, but.
We
will
still got to put that word out, yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I do want to recognize our staff. Kathy has been here this evening. She's ready to step in for Deborah, should Deborah need to leave for some reason, and is also, able to answer some questions about this, and I appreciate you being here, Kathy.
Yeah, thank
John,
you.
As always.
So on the rates, we had talked about a few different things. It's all right to ask just general support for these different things, rate-related.
We'll take you out loud and flog you if you say something is wrong.
Okay.
Please keep going.
So some of the things that we had talked about were graduating rates for consumption. So the more you use, the more you, like if you look at the SAWS table, they have the first so many gallons are charged at one rate, the next are charged at another rate. Is there general support for doing something like
And
that?
we do that. So that's what I'm saying, on page 6, our graduated rate is, if it's over, I think it's between 1 and 7,000, it's one rate. And then, and just to understand how that works, so if you're the user and you've used, 7,001 gallons, the
Yeah,
first,
so-
is it 7,000 is the break, right? I think that's right. Anyway,
It's 5,000.
Five.
is it 5,000? So
Yeah.
if you use 5,000 gallons, the first 5,000 gallons are charged at that rate.
Yeah.
And then the next gallons that fall between the next tier get charged at the higher rate. And so it's not like you go back to zero and now all 5,000 gallons are charged at the higher rate. It's a graduated scale. The more you use, the more you pay for those additional higher usage amounts. Does that make sense? Now, it may not be drastic enough. It's up to you, but
And that's kind of what I mean is that, like when you look at the top 5 users that are on this report, they use a substantial amount of the total water available for the city. And so I think that I think it would be prudent to do something like that. It would encourage water saving measures.
well, I think there's also, I think it'd be equally important to go have, and I know this speaks to your kind of vibe, is to go have those conversations with those bigger users. One of those we know is a commercial user. I don't want to throw people out under the rug, but I think, especially for some of those commercial users, there's very possible a corporate solution that may exist that they'd be willing to implement, and that they could get some good publicity out of that sort of thing. So I think having that conversation is equally important to graduating the rate,
Absolutely.
especially when people are living on fixed incomes and that kind of thing.
Well, I hope that our large commercial users aren't working on fixed incomes.
No, but the graduate rate affects everybody.
Right.
And so when you have a leak and other things, even if we're paying for half of it, it still all adds up. And I know that I don't want to be disingenuous, we just talked about rate increases for electric and that kind of thing. But that's something that, when we make those rate recommendations, one of the things that I know that we're passionate about is making sure that people who are either indigent or are on that bubble, that they have a resource. And so the city established Castro Cares. We have $25,000 that we've committed out of our utility fund to help people pay who are truly find themselves in that need, to be able to apply and get that help for their utility bills. So we
So
will
my point
continue
with
that
this,
effort.
no, and I think that's the right thing to do, care about people first. But when we're in this situation, what we've seen is that people are using more during the drought because it's not raining, and people are out there and, they're watering with city water, and they're using more during a drought than they would otherwise. So if you increase that rate so that when you're using more during a time that you really, really need it, because we would be potentially hit by fines. I think that based on what we've seen from Respect, we've got enough buffer in there to handle us for a while, but I don't know exactly where that stops. I don't know how much, you can't always have 100% buffer. We found that out during the winter storms. It's incredibly expensive to have too much of a buffer. You design for your 90% or your 95%. We're in the 1%. So I don't think it's outrageous to have an increased graduated scale in times of need, even if it's stage 5.
So just to move this along, I would invite you all to look at those graduated scales. I will, staff, if we can provide some comparable data for other cities and their graduated amounts, so we'll give you something to look at, but I would suggest that each of you kind of look at those rates and see what you would what you think would be prudent, so that when we have that rate discussion on the 22nd, you're prepared to weigh in on that.
Perfect. Okay. So on this then, let's see, where are we? Number 12. Let me bring that back up. I think that I'm looking for a motion to adopt the water management plan as presented. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion on it? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Next item is discussion and possible action on adopting a resolution approving or denying a request from TxDOT for a 400-foot right-of-way reservation requirement along Highway 90. And we have Clayton Rips from TxDOT. Thank you for coming here. We've had some, this is a really interesting situation. When I talk to our legislators about our biggest challenges as a city that our legislators can help out with, the number one thing is growth, and the number one negative impact of the growth right now is the traffic that we're having to deal with. TxDOT has been a really good partner in certain areas. I think we've got room for improvement in other ones, and we're identifying those. They have their own challenges. We have our own challenges, but overall I think they've been a really good partner in doing this. Now, when this came in front of us, when we started looking at doing an additional set-aside, looking at where it makes sense for the city and where it doesn't make sense for the city, this is what they were requesting, came in past Victory Lane, west of Victory Lane, into more of the core of Castroville. And I think that I totally support what they're doing. I mean, honestly, everything that they're doing east of Victory Lane, putting the super streets out there makes a lot of sense, because there's a lot of new places that are coming on board. So the way that they have it proposed is super streets that will go out basically to 211. Those are the arc cuts where you have to turn around. You don't have people crossing traffic and going. That has been a really dangerous situation. If anybody's had to drive, well, I know you have to drive into San Antonio in the morning with those semis pulling out. It's downright scary. We've had some pretty bad accidents there. So I think that's a really good solution for that area. And then they're building out the freeway from 211 to 410. So that whole area is expanding. But as we start getting into Castroville, I think that we need to really, I'm not saying that I'm opposed to it, I just am not in favor of it. Because we need a place where, that's right where the northern route is scheduled to go. So we will have an alternate route for people to go to a certain extent. And my biggest concern is that if we start widening that freeway, that the traffic that's coming west from San Antonio area comes crashing through Castroville. You've got free and open lanes. You've got 4 lanes coming in, and it's not 4 lanes, but you have massive traffic coming in that is free moving, and it stops right at Castroville. And so what we'll find is backed up all the way through Castroville as traffic increases through this. And this is through my own novice experience with this, and just seeing what has happened and what I'm really concerned with.
Well, Mayor, if you don't mind, is there if I paint some context for the agenda item itself?
Please.
So a couple of things. The reason this is on your plate is at the last council meeting, in the city administrator's report was mention of a request for additional right-of-way reservation. This came to our attention through a developer who received this request for reservation along with a map. The map had lines on it that were color-coded to a key, And the key indicated that the area of Highway 90 from just east of town, where the Alloy track is more or less, through town was 400 feet. Now, in talking, so that was the first concern. That's what all our discussion was about at the last meeting. It led to a newspaper article that created a lot of attention in in the public. And it was recommended we bring this back as an actual item on the agenda. So that's why it's on your agenda tonight. We've been requested by the same developer group to weigh in as council, but as I explained in the agenda summary form, which you all received, you, council, are under no obligation to do that. You can remain silent on the subject, or you can weigh in. I prepared 2 resolutions, one in favor and one against. The whereas language is of my own invention, so I will take full credit for it, but I tried to fairly represent the arguments that I've heard from council on both sides of that issue. We did meet with representatives of TxDOT and the county judge and our county commissioner, and Councilman Dyer was at that meeting as well, so he represents you well as far as being in the room when these things were discussed. And one of the things we discussed is that despite the existence of that map, which is not intended to be a public document, it's really for internal use and reference, that their practice has been over the years not to enforce those right-of-ways. That begs the question why they're asking for it now, but it, I think, is connected to all the super street and development you're seeing to the east. Again, that's what they're doing. So the concern is, where does that end, and whether or not that's appropriate for Castroville. But at the end of the day, again, you don't have to weigh in on this. This was that's the reason it's on the agenda tonight. It's really to create a setting for you to be able to have some dialogue and discuss these issues. At the end of the day, the other thing I want to make clear for the public mainly is that the city is not being requested to donate right of way. This is not a city request. The property owners along 90 are being asked to either reserve or dedicate right of way, and that's typical. That happens in any community where there's a state highway or a state asset that's adjacent. So there's nothing unusual happening here. It's really about, okay, what's the long-term planning and solution? Now, one thing I will say about the meeting, and I mentioned this in the notes, I think it was a consensus of the folks in the room, at least this is my recollection of the events, is that everyone recognized that probably the best solution for Castroville would be an alternate route to 90. Something that goes around Castroville, whether it's to the north or the south. But we also recognize that that is a long-term planning challenge because building out something like that could easily be 20 to 25 years in the future. The other thing that was mentioned was, as far as the dedication or reservation of that right-of-way, in a very real sense, more is less. In other words, more right-of-way, giving TxDOT the ability to have more room to work within, allows them to not do a concrete jungle compressed super street development. It allows them to have what you see out there today, which is a grassy median, bar ditches, things that are appropriate for a rural community like ours. And again, I'm not saying, I don't want to convey that I agree or disagree with these statements. I just want to represent them as statements that were made and the consensus that was arrived at in the meeting. So I think all of that is pretty well stated in the report. But as far as the agenda item itself, it's really a discussion item for council, and whether you want to engage in the discussion and weigh in on it is up to you. There's no urgency for you to actually adopt a policy unless you yourselves want to establish that.
And I will tell you, in talking to our legislators at the state level especially, what they really want is they want cooperation between the city, the county, and TxDOT. They want to see us working together to find the best solutions. And TxDOT does have some great engineers. They have some great planners. One of them happens to be in here, don't tell them I said that, who can figure these things out and have actually helped us out, and I think can continue to help us out as we grow this closer. What I would recommend that we do, and I want to open this up for discussion. I don't know how many people have, or did you want to make a recommendation before I do? Okay.
I have something to say, but I'd like to hear what everybody has to say.
Okay, why don't we start with you?
I talk a lot.
Yeah, me too.
I'd first like to say I was able to attend the meeting and it was a very, very good meeting. It was helpful for me because Mr. Rips was very outspoken. He gave us his opinions. The Judge Lutz was there and gave us his opinions. It was really an interesting meeting. But I do want to say to the council, I went there as an individual, not as a member of the council, and when I was asked to talk, I made it clear, I'm speaking for myself, not for the council, because we've never discussed this. But I would like to say a couple of comments. Long-range highway right-of-way planning is an essential part of planning and improving the Texas highway system, and it cannot all be done in public. Like many things, parts of it have to be kept out of the public for various clear reasons. I personally believe that we should keep all the right-of-way options on the table, and we should allow the future members of this body that are going to have to vote on it to have the options of looking at all of them. If we start restricting now, it just makes it harder for them in the future. I think every one of us sitting at this table will be replaced many times over before this item actually comes to a vote. So I would like to preserve those options so that the future elected officials can look at all of them, because I think that would serve the citizens of our town the best. I also want to say I personally consider TxDOT and Medina County to be trusted partners. And I think what you said a moment ago, Mr. Mayor, is true. I think our legislatures encourage us to work together with the county and the state so that we can get the best solution for everybody. In my humble opinion, Castroville is such a small entity on the map of Texas that I doubt whether we will have a great deal of influence in swaying this discussion very much. But I do think we can prejudice a lot of entities against us. So we have to be cautious of that. I think we should try to be open-minded and cooperative and make sure we keep all of our options open. So with regard to the question that Mr. Dixon has posed, should we be in favor of the 400-foot right-of-way, or should we be more in favor of the 300? And my recommendation, from what I learned in that meeting and what I've learned since, is that I think we should approve the resolution that approves the 400-foot right-of-way reservation requirement so that we can preserve the opportunity for future lawmakers to look at all the options. And that's all I have to say.
Great. Thank you for your participation.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk.
Sure. And I think that we are mostly, if I may really quickly, and I'll open it up, because we're both in agreement and possibly not in agreement. So I don't believe that, and I've studied this pretty significantly. This has been top of mind for quite some time. When you look at the right-of-way through town, and I think I had given this to you in a presentation that I did a few months ago, through town, basically from the river to 1343, you have 100 feet of right-of-way. That will not expand, that cannot expand. You have a bottleneck right at Fiorella and Florence and Alamo of basically a park on either side, so that can't be encroached on. So,
Well, I want to clarify, because I don't know that it can't be. I think all things are possible with engineering, number one.
with funding, yeah.
And number two, I do want to make sure that I fairly represent some of the comments that Clayton made before, which is their history with the buildings, et cetera, is that they haven't required additional right-of-way, and they don't anticipate requiring additional right-of-way. So I think that's where you need to leave that. The concern that I think should be looked at by council, this council or future councils, is if the right-of-way continues to expand east and stops at some point, let's just say
And I
it's
haven't
471 north, then, or 471 south, then you're creating what you're describing now as an hourglass kind of issue. If you don't work on the reliever route, which again, I think is one reason why that group came to the same conclusion, a reliever route is absolutely necessary.
Right.
Because long-term, regardless of how you look at it, it's either do nothing and have a terrible situation, do a bridge over Castroville, which I don't think anybody is really in favor of, or have an alternate route. And we believe the best outcome would be alternate route, but the fact of the matter is there's not a whole lot of progress on seeking that, and it's not because TxDOT hasn't attempted to. They did 35 years ago, or whatever it was. They've looked at it,
They've
and
done
there's
it multiple
such an
times.
outpouring of cash flow at that time by the business owners that they said, okay, well, I guess we'll look at this right now. So it has been looked at, but right now, I think there is support for it, and we probably need to push on that. I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
Well, and, I mean, you're saying basically the same thing that I was saying in a slightly different way. It is, you have to draw some bounds around what is appropriate for the city and what is appropriate for the area. So while I fully support them, it would be west of 1343, which is the county road that is just on the other side of Endura, because that would be the entrance to the northern route. Coming east, that would be the entrance to the northern route. Fully supported east of that. I think it's a good idea to have that reservation. As our city limits increase, I think that we should support that 400 feet of reservation beyond east of the northern route. On the west side, because of the potential growth on 1343, and again, these are all in the county right now, but as the potential of our city limits increases, I think that we should support that both from the city level and to the county, saying, yes, we think that it's a good idea. The biggest thing that we need, though, is that reliever route. So what I would recommend is not doing the 400 feet west of, it was 4751. So east of 4751, which is the small county road on the other side of Victory Lane, I would say between 1343 on the west and 4751 on the east, I think that we should say that is the area that we will not comment on, but we should provide support for east of 4751 and west of 1343 for the expanded right-of-way. You've got to, it has to open up at a certain point, and it starts at 100 feet through town. It opens up right about Sammy's to 153 feet, I think it is, and then it opens up, it continues to open up by Circle K, it's almost 300 feet. So it does that gradual opening. They've already got 300 feet of right-of-way, which is pretty tremendous in what is pretty soon going to be the center of town. So going past that, as you incrementally go up, I think that there at 4751 is a good place on the other side of the northern route to increase that. You had a comment, question?
I had two comments. So first of all, as far as restricting options available to future councils, to a certain extent, this could be made for us. Developers are being asked to preserve this right-of-way or not. And if one of them chooses not to, that kind of makes the decision anyway. They're coming to us, they're asking for advice on which one they should pick. And if we don't pick, they're liable to pick for us. And so I think that discussing and choosing one is a sound option, although ordinarily I would absolutely agree with you that it's best to keep options open. And then I could bullet point down all the arguments for and against on each side and have comments, but I'm going to just kind of summarize it. I agree that it is important to have a good relationship with the county and with TxDOT, but in any healthy relationship, there are boundaries. And I think that 300 feet, the existing right-of-way, inside what will soon be core territory of Castroville, is a very healthy boundary, if not already a little bit stretched. And so I would support the resolution not supporting the Texas Department of Transportation's request.
Would you support it east of 4751 and west of 1343?
Those being outside the intended path of the bypass route?
Mostly 1343, because it's 3 points, because there are so many things that are coming in, and because there's a lot of development that could potentially happen. I would personally be in support of that, even though I don't like increasing the width between us and Hondo, because it just makes it easier to jump over us. Don't love that, but they're still going to have the same bottleneck when they hit Hondo.
Outside of that loop, or the bypass, the proposed bypass loop, I would support that.
But we don't know where that's going to come. But I would,
boundaries seem
The
reasonable.
northern route, because it's 120 feet, it'll provide, it will be a reliever road.
a little bit.
It will not replace 90, I mean, we know that. That's why TxDOT originally advised us, you need 300 feet, and we just weren't able to get that. That, and I think
But
it's
they also
location.
advised us that it was too close to town.
Yeah, and that's gonna say, that's the other, it's really not an alternate route because it's too close. An alternate route needs to be a little further out, so, but it will serve some, I mean, it's gonna have some carrying capacity that will relieve on some level that traffic, but it's definitely not an alternate route.
This issue initiated my attempt. I looked at the routes that had been proposed over the last decade or so that I have record of, part of which is now what we consider to be our northern route. There was a proposed southern route that was about 7 miles at that time, and I took some effort today actually to look at the possibility of finding a shorter route, which obviously would be closer, but it would not be, as you said, a complete bypass highway freeway. It would be another relief mechanism to take traffic off of Highway 90 through Castroville. We got it down to about 3 miles. But when you look at these routes and when you look at the situation that Castroville is in right now, three of the properties that route would cross are already in the hands of developers. They already own them. They already have plans for them in some cases. And if we don't put, as we said a couple of years ago when we put the northern route on a map, if we don't draw a line on the map now, we never will, because those decisions will be made for us. I don't see TxDOT, and I know TxDOT and the county are both good neighbors to us. I don't see TxDOT trying to push for a 400-foot route through Castroville. It's not feasible. There's too many businesses, homes, parks, cemeteries, water features, bridges, other things that will constrain that effort. So I don't know that it's urgent that we even take this action today. If I don't know which way I'd vote. I just know that if we don't take some action in the very near future, we won't ever take any action. That's all.
Well, I agree, I'm in agreement with everything that Paul Carey said and Herb Dyer. I mean, you never want to take all your options off the table. It's always good to have options. But yet, the 400 feet thing, I mean, we looked at it at the store and everything, it's like,
Your store's gone.
the front, yeah, the store's gone. We might be able to have back in the plumbing left, but, I mean, it has a huge impact. And, I mean, I've lived in places.
I just want to, for those listening, to be clear, that is not what TxDOT's
Yeah.
requesting. Clayton made it very clear that that's not what they've asked for, it's not what they're looking at. So, yeah.
So basically, they're looking for, I think it's 400 feet, basically up to the Chevy dealership, is what the original request was, is that correct?
I don't know what the limits are. I just know that we heard from one developer about one request for reservation. I do not know if they've reached out to the other developers. I don't know what the limits are for what these requests are.
These are reservations as opposed to dedication.
Well, but that means
That
that it
doesn't
makes
really
it,
mean that-
it does. It has a serious financial implication to these developers who already have their land plan set up for that 300 feet right of way that it's currently at. Reserving an extra 100 takes a whole section of their development off the table, and
The
especially
sooner
with
you
smaller
do it, the
development.
better.
I don't support it, though. I think, well, again, when you talk of east of Victory Lane, east of the County Road 4751, I think the highways we need them. They are essential, but they need to have a starting place and a stopping place or a roundabout place, and there are certain residential areas that, especially, in a city, you have to have this gradual reduction of speed, you have a gradual reduction of size, of right-of-way, and setting where those limits are, I think is really important.
The other thing I want to mention is, and I don't know, honestly don't know if this is the case or not, but one of the concerns that I mentioned during the meeting was if there's existing city infrastructure in that reserved area. So currently, it's not in a reserved area, it's not in the TxDOT right-of-way, but the developer opts to reserve it, and our infrastructure is in it. If the TxDOT chooses to expand at some point and utilize that reserved right-of-way for construction and requires that those utilities be moved as part of that process, I believe, Clayton, we would be on the hook for moving that, correct? No? Okay. I keep getting that wrong. Wonder what's, okay, it doesn't matter. So, okay. So that would be one of my concerns, is under what circumstances does the city utility have to pay for that? But if that's not the case, then that's not something you have to worry about. Really, it's just loss of revenue from development. Anyway. So just to reiterate, Mayor, you're looking for a motion or no motion. Again, you're not in an obligation to do this. This is something the developers requested that you weigh in on, so that they would kind of have an idea, into Councilman Merz's, either you can get in front of the, put the cart in front of the horse and try to make a decision before they do, or you can just say, we're going to stay silent because we feel like, for whatever reasons, you just choose to do that. So I don't know if you want to entertain a motion or not.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's talk about the impact again, a little bit more clear about the impact to the one that was requested of this. That does encroach on their current development, and it's a small tract already, so you're pulling out an additional amount. And because, again, personally, I think that we need to draw some bounds to where that is. I feel like that is too close to town to have it 400 feet right of way. It restricts and impedes and hurts one of the developers that we're trying to be good partners with, and it is, I think it's too far in. I think that outside of that, absolutely, we support that.
You have two, so I just want to acknowledge, you have two people here that may represent kind of the two different viewpoints. I don't know if they want to speak, but we've got Clayton Rips from TxDOT, and you've got Jim Welch, who's with an engineer that represents some of these developments along that tract. And at your option, you can ask if they want to speak.
I think that'd be helpful. If either one of you want to discuss that, are you at liberty to?
You're not obligated to, but if you'd like to, you're welcome to address council.
We're going to have a cage match to see who gets to speak first.
You said you were not prepared to speak?
No, I wasn't.
You'd make a terrible politician.
Yes.
You wear too many hats, so.
Yeah, exactly. So
I only have two.
I do work at Pape Dawson, and we're the engineer for Endura for their development. And I guess the way this came up, that Scott discussed, is we're looking forward to move forward with the plat. Okay, and so in talking through with TxDOT, it was mentioned that, hey, there's a right-of-way reservation that is going to need to be required there. We hadn't planned for it, so we did the overlay. Now it's obviously looking at the center line of Highway 90 and making up the delta north and south, right? So we had to do an overlay based off our survey, and that falls right into all the front pad lots that this commercial development has planned. So in providing this reservation, which isn't a dedication, it's setting aside the land. Although it may not be dedicating it or selling it at this time, you can't put buildings, you can't put parking lots that are needed for those buildings to operate as a business, because the whole intent is that when a road widening project comes along in the future, that that right-of-way can be purchased without having to take a business and financially compensate the business in those. So that's the premise behind it, and what is forcing us here is the plat. As we look to go forward with the plat, we were told that the final decision will follow the entity that controls, reviews the plat. So in this case, it's the city. So TxDOT has requested the right-of-way reservation, and as we understand it, it's upon the city through the platting process to tell us if it will be required or if not. And so that's why we reached out to Scott and said, hey, we need some guidance here of what's going to be required and what needs to be done.
I've been very careful not to say exactly which parcel, which engineer, but that's good.
So, well, thank you, but I just wanted to offer that, so.
That's fine.
All right, thank you. Clayton, did you want to talk? He said no. You don't have to.
Super excited.
Yeah.
Yeah, I came as a casual observer. So a lot of what Jim said is accurate. A little history behind these maps. These maps are in every single county. They've been coordinated with every single county and city in TxDOT's jurisdiction. So in our area, there's 12 counties, and this is from feedback. So those lines on there are from the cities, previous mayors, council members, community members, judges, commissioners. So that map is something that's been a living document. That's why it doesn't go out for public distribution, because it's a snapshot, as you can imagine. You know, mayors change, judges change, commissioners change, things. So that's why they're not floating out there, because you'd end up with things that vary all the time. So the track in question, amongst some other ones, were brought up for this reservation, was brought up in 2018. The other ones, when it was brought up to the city at that time and the developer, it was not supported, and so those developments moved along without it. One of them right at 471, Tundra Drive, for instance. Because at the time it was, hey, 471 South generates enough traffic, you know, as developments occur, that you may need something there. You know, the traffic already breaks down today, but imagine that traffic coupled, 4 or 5 times what you see there, you know, which is something of a greater need. So you kind of move that down, okay, kind of you lost that one, move to the next intersection, which is Victory Lane, where this is at the Alvoy track. Along that stretch, if you drive it, if you notice what's there today is large ditches. Those drainage ditches have to be maintained, so you can't really add lanes to the highway, otherwise you've got to do what? So part of this reservation is not per se only for a freeway. You know, if you're trying to build just a simple overpass to let traffic dissipate and get to that northern route at Alvoy's, that is the way you drop it off. You basically drop your lane, drop your freeway kind of in that proximity, and then you have the normal type of arterial street that Highway 90 is as it gets further towards town. But that green space, you lose all of that ability. So the only way to add what pavement needs to be there, you have to bury all that. There are some challenges with the drainage on that track and just lining up that there will be some right-of-way or dedication of something that will have to be done for them. There's a culvert there. It's really complicated, but the way it is designed or proposed to be designed is not acceptable to meet the hydraulic efficiency that needs to be for Highway 90. So that's why I think you might be jumping the gun on making a carte blanche decision. You know, it's really going to be something case by case. 400 foot, it's not necessary for a full freeway from here to 211. There's going to be areas, as you know, if we move through an environmental process, it may be narrower. But right there are some drainage issues that there's going to have to be something fixed outside the right-of-way. And for us to maintain our culvert that they're going to extend, we'd have to be able to access it. So there's a lot of other things that play into it that are not easily relevant, that play into just that development and some of the things for 400 foot versus a needed ungiven amount of dedication or reserved space to be able to accommodate that new growth. Because think about it, if you did not acquire or dedicate anything, even at the Alvoy's, and your northern route may just start right there, well, wouldn't you like for the traffic coming into Castroville to have a right turn lane to get to it? Well, you can't, because there's a big ditch. Well, do you think the adjacent developer is going to go, oh, well, I got to close in this ditch and put a box culvert in? You know, so it just propagates. So it's the first development that's in an area is usually the one that burns a little bit more of it when the others come along. And so kicking the can down the road is something that, we see quite a lot. So kind of under one of my purviews is I oversee all of Bexar County and all the developments similar to this that touch every single TxDOT road. Been overseeing that for 10, 11 years now. So I've seen just about every different scenario over the course of the past 11 years. So just providing some insight and some feedback on some of the things that were spoke at the last council meeting. Just wanted to clarify a couple things, but that's kind of where we're at. We don't have a carte blanche stance one way or the other.
There is a best, you point to kind of a best practice city to work with. Tell us again who that is.
What's that?
I'm not trying to put you on, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, I honestly don't remember, because you said it a couple times, but there's kind of a best practice city that that TxDOT's been worked with, that you found really has addressed this prudently and appropriately.
Yeah.
Who's the city you always
There's
point to?
there's different cities
Cibolo,
that,
or is it?
there's different cities that you could visit
Yeah, yeah.
with. Yeah, all of that in the northeast corridor. When you look up there, city of Shirts.
Yeah.
You know,
I
what
think
they've had to
I
deal
think
with that
Shirts and Cibolo you
exponential
mentioned.
growth. But yeah, you know, we work a lot with them. Same type of stuff. Shirts, Cibolo, Universal City. It's rapidly expanding areas.
And then I heard you say it again, and that's Bandera, what we don't want it to become is, for Highway 90 to become Bandera Road.
Which we've been studying for going on 30 years now, and nothing changed, but you can, if you drive through State Highway 16 between 410 and 1604, you can see what it's like.
The entrance to the northern route right now, at Victory Lane, it's only, how wide is that right now? The agreed upon width on that is not big enough to be the full entrance for the
60 feet?
70 feet, right. But the 120 feet is basically stubbed out to the east. So the entrance to the northern route would actually be a little bit further east. And that's why I was saying at 4751, I think that's a much more appropriate place for us to start as a city, start supporting something like that. Or maybe it's, just east of, I think it's actually 4751 is the right place to do that.
Well, I want you to be careful, because if you look at, I don't know if you got this off of Google Map, but there's two 4751s on
So,
Google Map.
that's-
One of them is west of the Endura property, one is on the east side of the Endura.
Oh, really? I didn't realize
The
that.
one on the east side is a private lane, that is not 4751. So
Okay.
the actual private road 4751 is on the west side on Endura. So just wanted to be sure you're
Thank you.
aware of that.
Yes, I would say it would be east of Enduro would be the
Yes.
right place, because the entrance to the northern route would have to be at least a few hundred feet away from there. So if you're creating that, and I'm not saying we should oppose it, I just think that it would be prudent for us to only approve, like to support east of the Enduro track.
In this case, 1,200 feet east of 4751.
Well, I'm going to say this about the two resolutions were prepared purely for convenience. If you do want to do this, my recommendation is, depending on the council direction, is to craft a resolution that better fits whatever your consensus is on the board. If one of these two don't fit, and that might be the appropriate action to take.
I think that would be prudent. Let's,
I know that TxDOT needs, as it was clearly indicated by Mr. Rips, that they need the area, especially here where there's no relief, and they really have to capture all the stormwater off the road somewhere. That 400 feet in this area is essential for safe and efficient movement of traffic. Coming into town after that, I just don't see a solution other than going around us or going over us, and I oppose going over us.
and fully support going around us.
Yes.
And I think that's something, well, one, in defense of what Mr. Rips had said earlier, we've talked about lines on a map, that they are lines on a map, and it doesn't express intent, it expresses aspirational, and we do the same thing. It doesn't mean that we're trying to take anybody's property. It also doesn't mean that TxDOT is trying to take ours. So I think that that's a very good point-outable moment. So do we want to make a decision on this right now? Do we want to put this off and come up with something that works for everybody? What is your preference?
Can I make a motion?
Please.
I move that we take no action.
Okay.
I'll second that.
I didn't hear what he said.
Take no action.
Take no
Take
action.
no action right now, and that way they can draft it up to what our vision is.
Should we specify that we want staff to?
Yeah, I wouldn't know what to draw up based on take no action. I'd need to know, if you don't want to take any action tonight, that's fine, but if you want us to draft a resolution and bring it back at the next meeting, then I need to know what that needs to say, I guess.
Yeah, I thought that would be a different matter if we're talking about this item. I move that we take no action.
Take no action on this one. Would you recommend that staff come up with a alternative resolution that might resound with us based on what we've talked about tonight, and work with TxDOT on doing that?
Since we are being addressed or approached by this developer, apparently, who has been impacted by this request at this time.
What's your view, Cynthia?
The recommendation would be, if we don't want to take action on these items, the motion is take no action on what's presented tonight
Right?
and directing staff to move forward.
I
With the
thought that
resolution
was a
that
different
states.
item, a different direction. I think we can do those separately, I hope.
You can do them separately, or you can do it jointly.
I'm going to let the motion rest as it is.
Okay. Discussion?
I still couldn't hear the motion.
The motion was take no action.
Take no action on this item.
We have a first and a second.
Yeah, I'm asking for discussion. Any discussion? Okay.
I think it would be wise to direct staff to write an alternate resolution.
That can be made in a separate motion.
Yeah.
That's what Cindy was saying.
I'll accept a second motion after this. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. I'll entertain another motion to, or-
Direct staff.
Do we need a motion for that, or can we just?
Well, I just need to know what to put in it. If you want to have this on a future agenda, which you don't have to have, but if you want, then I need to know what the resolution needs to say.
I think we need further investigation and analysis at this point, and I would love to see that at a future date.
Okay.
I think maybe what the approach would be, and please correct me if I'm wrong, the approach would be to work continue to work with the county and with TxDOT to come up with something that makes sense for the city. We're working on our transportation plan anyway, and on our master thoroughfare plan. So I think that it is continuing to work with them and come up with a resolution that works for everybody, for the city, for the county, and for TxDOT, that takes everything into consideration. With the general idea that basically from around Victory Lane, just east of Victory Lane, to 3 points at 1343, we want to protect that area and not build it out to be a full freeway, but outside of that, we support what TxDOT needs to do.
Can I ask a question? When you say you want to protect that area from whatever the number turns out to be, when you go across the bridge, you got State Park, you know that they're not going to do anything wider than what's there now. We know that. The cemetery, we know they're not going to move the cemetery.
Yep.
So there's things we know that are going to be done that are reasonable. And I just don't want to lose sight of that. Just because you say we're going to reserve a right-of-way doesn't mean that it's cut and dried and everything is going to be that way.
Right.
So
No, I think-
I just don't want to get in a situation where we put roadblocks in the way of progress, because we're already experiencing delays that are hurting us. I mean, we got a Alsatian oak sitting out there is not connected to the highway. That's hurting us. And we need to move on. And I just like to reiterate, I agree we should write something that makes sense, but we should preserve every possible option we can, assuming that the decision is going to be based on common sense and what's best for everybody.
I think the better way to state it, I think that you called out something very specific. I say protect. I think that's got a connotation that I did not intend. It is really leave it the way that it is, and if TxDOT needs something, then they can request that from the developers. They have to coordinate with the developers on the entrances anyway, and I think that's fully reasonable to do that. But in terms of widening, increasing the right-of-way, I think that I think we remain neutral on everything from the boundaries that I talked about. We remain neutral there, but I really think that we should support them in areas outside of that.
So if you, just to be clear for staff direction, if that's what you feel, Mayor, you need to get your council to make a motion for if you're seeking to adopt a resolution that would have the council's, for whatever it's worth, this resolution, then you need to have a motion that says that. Because the only person that really has said that tonight is you, and I'm not trying to But I mean,
No, that's fair.
I don't
That's
think
fair.
I've heard support for that. So if that's really what y'all want done, then I just need to have a motion that says, hey, staff, draft a resolution that says, hey, we support the council or the county and TxDOT in their efforts, but we're concerned about this right-of-way in this area, and we'd like to see it no wider than it currently exists from this boundary to this boundary. If that's what you want the resolution to say, we can put that together, and that'll be ready for the next meeting. Or, like I said, you don't have to do a resolution at all. You can just, as Councilman Kerry has done, just take no action and let things happen the way they
See, I
are.
personally don't support putting in boundaries, because that takes away options. I think we can be sure that every situation along Highway 90 is going to be treated individually as TxDOT makes their plan, and the county and the city weighs in. Every one of them is going to have to be negotiated individually. And the more restrictions we put in, the more roadblocks we create, and the slower the process will be.
So your concern is that we slow down the progress of the people that are already building?
Well, yeah, in general terms, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And I don't think...
And I think but the more things that we put in there as restrictions, the more difficult it will be to reach consensus and to move on with the planning. So I'm back to I don't support your motion, your idea of specifying from this street to this street, we want this and this. I think we should just say we support it, and we'll work it out. As it gets closer, the people who sit here will have to vote.
I've been around long enough to remember when 281 was built in San Antonio and the protests that ensued, and the individual corporations who bought real estate right next to where that highway was going to profit from whatever was going to happen. Those buildings are now underneath the overpasses on 281 and 410. I've also remembered 211 and what's one over here? It's not 211.
16
Well, no, okay, it is 211.
Yeah.
It was stopped. It was paused for 25 years
Mhm.
because of, how people interacted with the proposal. And it took 25 years for that highway to finally be built. So I think I agree with you, Mr. Dyer, that the opportunity to control what goes on is a step-by-step opportunity, and I don't anticipate TxDOT coming in with a plan to bulldoze everything within 100 feet of Highway 90 through Castro.
Councilman Mercer.
Many words have been said by this council about the way that Highway 90 through downtown Castroville is a scar on Castroville. Mr. Dyer, you like to remark that the city has been cut in half by 90.
Yes.
And never minding the half east of the river. You're talking about a 100-foot right-of-way through downtown Castroville?
Over downtown Castroville.
No, we're not talking
No,
about...
I'm saying the existing one is 100
Yes.
feet.
80.
100 feet with no grade separation. And we're talking about opening the door to a 400-foot right-of-way, possibly with grade separation someday. If you think the city is cut in half now, consider what you're opening the door to by saying, yeah, here's another 100 feet. Here's another, the width of 90 through downtown Castroville.
TxDOT is subject to the same state laws, that are going to prevent that. TxDOT can't go in and take parks and cemeteries. They don't do
But
that.
what about east of the river where those things don't exist yet?
That's what they'll deal with
You know
at the
what?
time when it comes up.
What I'd like to do is, I don't want, I think that we have enough disagreement here that we need to take some time to come to an agreement. I think let's set up a separate agenda item just to discuss it and figure out what that looks like. I don't think that we're going to come to a reasonable decision tonight. Are we okay with that? I think that we should reapproach it because I think it's imperative that we are coordinating with TxDOT, that we're being good partners with TxDOT and drawing those lines. I think part of that is in discussions with them to figure out where that needs to happen and make sure that we have this as a whole plan. Most of the stuff that we have to do to alleviate the traffic, almost everything that we have to do to alleviate the traffic in Castroville happens outside of Castroville. So the only way we can do that is to work with our county, to work with TxDOT, and to be good partners in coming up with a plan together. I think that's the best way that we can do this. For this individual item, I think that we need to table it for now and bring it back and have a discussion about what that looks like. Is that all right?
Councilman Dyer was party to the meeting that occurred, and I think Scott asked me if I was available for that as well, and I was not. I was out of town. But I think that conversation needs to also include the conversation we're talking about, you're talking about, needs to include TxDOT and the county.
Oh, absolutely. That's exactly what I'm saying, yes.
Okay.
We should be good partners with them. We should coordinate this with them. These guys are pretty smart when it comes to this, and it was funny.
We've been there for a while.
I got after Clayton because I didn't understand what he was saying originally. I'm like, you got to say it louder. Because he has some really good advice, and I think that especially as we are doing a lot of master planning right now, incorporating those things. I mean, he came and talked to us about some of our development standards, some about our road standards and the interconnectivity. These guys know what they're doing, and so I think that we need to do a much better job of closely coordinating with that and coming to an agreement about where those meets and bounds are so that we can do things together, because this even if it's a friendly animosity, this conflict is not going to do anybody any
It's
good.
a discussion from distinctly different points of view.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we just need to come to a common understanding.
Yes. Agreed. So I guess is that the direction we're asking, is to set up workshop?
Well, we have the Regional Traffic Coalition. I think that we just continue that and have it as a specific discussion about how that works.
And bring an agenda item to that coalition.
Yeah, it's an informal coalition, but I mean, we have.
Specific talk about, what does an alternate route look like? How do we get that process started? What can we do to support it? We all recognize we need it. And then also talk about right-of-way reservations and what to expect along 90. I think we just need to start having that dialogue so the city could be better prepared to support when these requests come along.
Right. Great.
So we need to call that back, and it's been a while since we've had the coalition meeting, so I think we need to bring that back. And I'd been leaving it for a little while because I know the county's been doing a lot of thoroughfare planning, but I think it's best if we do that sooner than later. Is that something you feel like TxDOT might be able to support? Okay. We'll work it through. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
We have a 5-minute recess.
Yeah, we'll take a 5-minute recess at 8:16.
You're so close. Your item's next. These are representatives from Slave. They're one of the architect engineer groups that responded to our community center RFQ. Request for qualification.
Oh, no, I'm good, thank you.
I have a slide, thank you.
John, good. He didn't know you were gone.
You reading Dyer's notes?
No, I was just kidding.
How you been, ma'am?
Making a pass.
Well, they did shots in my shoulder last Monday, and it worked great. Yeah, they wore a face on my arm. It was great.
So what are they gonna do now? Just continue with that?
Well, I can't do the shots that much because I'm living on 2/3 of the liver. So I can't do the steroid shot, yeah, I don't know, so they're trying to figure out what to. Just let me know.
I know. It's like, hey, that was great. Now figure out.
Well, and then Monday, I get for a neurostimulator in my spine.
Oh.
So, yeah, so Monday, start that process.
That's so scary.
We open up my spine, remove the old wires and everything, and then.
And you approved.
The batteries right here under the skin, so they'll open that up.
I didn't realize you had one.
Oh, yeah.
Liz has one.
Yeah.
And,
It's wonderful.
great coverage. But she does. She said it helped her.
Yeah, it's wonderful. So that new hardware is gonna be coming up on the books.
That's like with all this stuff my husband's doing, he's supposed to have eye surgery. I think it's the Monday, the last Monday of the month, and I'm like, so I really need it. He's got a trachea, and
Yeah.
this will be the 8th surgery. It's been probably 20 years since we had the last one, but it grows over your eye and it moves your eye. I mean, you move your
Yeah,
eyes.
oh, yeah, yeah.
And he said, oh, thank you. He said, I really want to have that. And I said, well, I'll tell you what, on the call, we're going to get you better.
Yeah,
You can't
oh,
do it
yeah,
right now.
yeah.
But I said, you're supposed to have chemo the week before. And I said, I'm going to call Dr. Beerman and say, hey, we need to kick it to that week at least.
Yeah.
I said, because you don't need to feel bad.
Oh, yeah, no,
And I said,
yeah.
they'll give you at least another week extra.
Yeah,
To kind of get rid
let
of
the
it
body
and
bounce
stuff.
back.
I said, that's what got us in this mess, I think, is
Yeah.
between the medications and the stress of your body. It's just
Oh, yeah.
rebelling.
Yeah,
I said, my Lord,
Yeah.
how many things you want to do in 1 year? Or 6 months? I mean, you know?
oh, yeah.
So anyway.
And then, next Friday, my son flies to Japan.
Ah,
He'll be there 20 days. Then he'll come back to San Diego, drops her at vet school 40 days. Then he goes back to Japan for 30 days.
he's going to be a world traveler.
Well, they're putting
20
him,
months.
they're putting him in charge of the electrical engineering for the ship. And, you know, he's like, okay, well, that's just basically you're overseeing all the electric issues and everything for the ship. If there's any issues or anything like that, you notify the head engineer and all that stuff. Well, there's a school for it in Newport, Rhode Island.
Oh, well, there you go.
So then you
the good peppermints.
I'll go on ahead. I didn't even have time to replenish. But I have cookies in the executive session.
But, so then he'll fly from Japan to Newport,
He'll be road weary. Road weary.
well, he loses a whole day on that one for traveling, but, 'cause they're
But
full.
thank God he's young.
Well, right. My husband and I turned around and said, like, hey, this last class, you get out of Christmas. Oh, we're back.
No. Well, I got a bunch of,
Candy in here, people.
I got a bunch of candies at home that we're trying to get rid of. I'll bring them up
And it
here.
would have been that anyway.
My wife got me these eggnog taffies.
I'm sorry.
She ordered a bag of them. She thought it was a bag of them. It ended up being a bag. It was like a gallon bag. I'm like, I will not ever eat all of these.
The sister's there.
I'm allergic to eggnog, so
Oh, you poor man.
Oh, that's terrible. I'm
That's
so sorry.
awful.
That's like being allergic to candy corn.
I'm allergic to eggs,
And
so.
well, I said, I wonder what she's
So
cooking.
you can't get certain immunizations and all that fun.
She texted me back and said, I make fish tacos and green beans and rice. I said, so.
Like I was.
Yeah.
Fixed up my husband at home.
Actually, I
Yeah, I have snacks.
Oh, yeah.
Put it all up, put it on the bottom.
lightheaded.
Oh, no, we understand that
Oh, she
thing.
said he was working on it. I said, well, you don't want to go home.
Yeah.
Actually, I mean it.
Oh, yeah.
She did tell me she didn't figure at least. I'm gonna be home tomorrow. And we got a doctor's consultation, but I said, I want to see her. I said, I hadn't seen her since November. The first we lost my brother, it'll be a year the end of this month. So I said, it was time. I said, that's the one thing about not.
Seems the crappy things.
Oh,
They're all stuck together and you know they say
All right,
that.
I'll let Scott know we're all waiting on him.
All right, come on.
That way we can ask for another drink and two.
Good work,
There you go.
you know, so far.
Don't sleep.
But I was sitting there a while ago and I was like, okay.
Yes, come on, 8 items to go, let's go.
I can do this in an
Get to the point, let's go, press on.
Okay, well, that's,
Scott's missing.
yeah, well, hopefully they'll have some really good issues or new things.
Yeah.
Right.
I know I've been reading about it. Well, I only see a little bit of the next door because I'm not aware of it, but we're on Facebook. Facebook is not.
Yeah, I know.
That page, and, yeah,
Since 3 hours.
worried about that.
I'll see you tomorrow morning.
Right. I hear you, but we will.
All right, he's back.
You don't have to wait on me. Just so you know.
Of course we're waiting on you.
No, you don't have to wait on me.
All right, we're going to reconvene at 8, what are we, 24? Next item is discussion and appropriate action on request for qualifications received from firms for the Parks Community Center. For this, we have Scott.
And I just want to recognize, we have 2 representatives from Slay Architecture. They're one of the 3 firms that we chose to interview. We had, I think, 6 firms respond in all. Staff has, I put together a couple of things. I put kind of a pros and cons list in the agenda summary form for council, and then we scored each one. The USDA provided us with basically a scoring template that we used for that. I will say this, and well, I'll pick on Slason so here right now. The energy that came from that discussion was infectious, I would say. The amount of interest and just excitement about the project was clear. At the end of the day, it was, first I was very close between the three firms. At the end of the day, the staff or the committee recommended LPA, but we also made it clear to each of the folks that we interviewed that this would be a council-driven decision. You're welcome. You're not under any obligation to choose, one or the other. You can or follow our recommendation. You can choose whoever you would like. With that, I'll kind of open the floor to questions. If you have any questions for me, the three people that conducted the interviews were myself, Devin Fredrickson, who's listening but not here in person, and Janice Gonzalez with EMC. And I can kind of, I don't know, if you have questions about each of the firms or why we decided what we decided, what our recommendations were, et cetera, I'm happy to answer those.
Can you kind of walk through that at a high level?
Sure. So, we looked at, again, one of the challenges of this particular project is the budget and time frame. So we got, originally, this project, as you may recall, was a $450,000 project where we were recommending it for council consideration with the CIP. We have an unair-conditioned space. It's been there for about 50 years. Phil's not here to speak up, but I know that his opinion on the matter was we can just, we can fix the rock walls. We know that due to the drought, there's been a lot of shifting, but functionally, the place functions. But it's not the most welcoming, and it's certainly not a community center. With EMC's help, we were able to expand on the project and go seek congressional earmark, which basically, I don't know what the PC term is in DC, but that's essentially what it is. And our Congressman Tony Gonzalez was willing to appropriate funds, make a congressional appropriation for this specific project in Medina County. And so we were able to increase our budget from the original $450,000 by an additional $1.2 million. I'm trying to remember what he put in. 1.7. That's right, 1.7 million dollars, which substantially increased the scope of our potential project. But that being said, we are limited to that budget. And even though that sounds like a lot of money for what we're wanting to build and what we really feel like we need to build at this space, cost is going to be a major concern, as is the timeline. The other thing we looked at when reviewing the firm, so we wanted to look at who has built projects that fall within those scopes, and we're able to stick to a budget. And both SLAE and LPA demonstrated that they had done similar projects. We had a lot of discussion about that. One of the other areas that we graded the folks on and kind of looked at was the historical appropriateness. Who could build us a project that kind of fits in, especially in light of the lecture series and all the emphasis on vernacular architecture and the thought that this is going to be a fairly good-sized building at the entrance to a park. So it's kind of going to have a foot in both worlds, one being the vernacular of Castroville and the other being, hey, we're going into a park and there's a lot of other park assets here. This needs to not look like it's out of place. It needs to look like it's always been here. And I think all three firms had really good representation from a historic side of things. The group from LPA, they've got one of the folks that's a member of their team, and I think it's the guy that actually does the historic side of kind of the architecture side of things, is like sixth generation from Lacoste. So he's from this area and understands this area, and certainly had done other projects, so that spoke well. Michael Ember and his team really, I mean, the guy's a preeminent architect in that world. Our concern with his firm was the ability to stay on budget. And this was something that came out in the conversation as we talked with them. That was a huge concern of theirs, is being able to stay on budget and time frame. They recommended, as is reflected in the summary, basically starting from scratch, starting the planning process all over. And our time frame may not allow for that. So that was another thing that went into kind of scoring. And the other thing we looked at was vertical integration. You know, who has the ability to come to the table with all the resources, if you will. And in that regard, LPA, they are a big box firm. But being a big box firm, meaning they're fairly large, or a national firm, they do have the resources in-house. So when you're talking about looking at mechanical or civil or the different facets that need to be looked at in the project, they can bring a team with all those different expertise and put them all around the table. And we felt like that was valuable. That said, we recognized that again, we feel like any one of the firms could do an excellent job for the city. We recommended LPA just because we felt like they had the vertical integration, they had done projects that were on budget, and they had an understanding of the historical architecture. Is that high enough level?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
I think that's good. I think out of consideration for the people that actually showed up, I'd like to hear from Slade, if that's all right.
Absolutely.
Anybody opposed to that?
Could I ask a question?
Yeah, please.
Did the RFP specify that every company would be given an opportunity to give a presentation to the city council?
No. And they each asked whether they needed to be here, and my typical response is, no, you don't need to be here. It's on at 5:30. It is broadcast live. If you know, everything we produce is a public document. If you like those, the city secretary can get those for you. But the answer is no. At the same time, again, at their option, they decide to come.
Yeah. I just respect people that show up. Thank you.
Okay, can I just speak about some of the things that were just mentioned?
Please.
With regards to vertical integration, we don't have offices in China and New York City like LPA does, but we do have our team of engineers. We do have civil in-house, but our team of engineers are people that we work with continually. And a large firm, like what you call a big box firm, while they may have those in-house, the MEP group may be out of Atlanta, the structural group may be out of New York City, so they still have to come together at some point and coordinate. So to me, with this working locally, I've been in business now for 23 years. Ed and I have worked together for 35 years. And, we just know who are, we have several go-to engineers, structural, MEP, landscape, all that we have multiple successful projects with. And so as far as that integration goes, LPA might have a San Antonio office, but that doesn't mean all those things are actually in that office. They still have to do the same kind of coordination with their consultants that we do. And I guess, we're just at 10 and 4:10. It takes us 20 minutes to get here without traffic and 40 minutes with traffic today.
It's getting worse every day.
Well, that's right. My family has a place in Lakey, so I'm through here all the time. I was actually, when they scheduled the interview for Thursday, the 27th, and I was like, I'm going to Lakey this week. I have my bathing suit on and my dress, ready to go. But, so I just think we have a whole lot to offer that aspect, and you're getting us. You're not partners in the firm. You're not getting some architectural interns, not that there's anything wrong with that, but we do have offices in San Antonio. Our main office is in San Antonio that we opened up in 2000, and we have a second office in Laredo that we opened up in 2004. So we are kind of South Texas, and we're doing a lot of work at Eagle Pass, so we just have a big triangle that we kind of go around throughout this area, including when I'm headed to Lakey. So, but I'm happy to answer any questions. I just wanted to address that one.
Can you talk about just I know one of the big concerns is a couple of things. So we went through a lecture series. We talk about vernacular architecture. This is one of the first big projects that the city is going to do of several, and I mentioned this again to each of the groups that we interviewed and said, look, this is one opportunity. Just because you don't get this one, there's going to be multiple things. We're doing a public works building. We're working on this building. We've got a new police station at some point. We're looking at animal care facilities. So there's a number of different projects that more than likely could come up in the next several years. But this being the first one that's actually funded, that's can't be overstated. What can what examples can you give of architecturally appropriate projects that you've done in historic areas?
Well, I guess, gosh, we've done a lot of old school buildings and old school district historic buildings. I've renovated the Kendall County Courthouse. We redid a house in King William that's right on the river, and it won some awards from the Conservation Society.
And I'll also remind you, they have a copy of the presentation. So I know, like, for instance, the one that was in the King William district it's a yellow colored house. It's in their presentation they provided.
Okay. Yeah, my presentation was more of a storytelling, so there's not a lot of words on it. I just talked instead of made them read my presentation. So the RFP might be, or the brochure might be better. But yes, the one in King William, we've done, you've done a lot too.
Mayor, could I get her name?
I'm sorry, Madeline. Sorry.
Oh, Madeline Slay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, I should have introduced you, Madeline Slay.
I'm
Of Slay
Ed
Architecture.
Carlton with Slay Architecture. But as in another life, in another firm, I've got 2 state historical awards. One for the restoration of the Mission in Mission, which is La Lomita, I believe it is. And we also did in Roma, they have the plaza, and I did the bird sanctuary building for that particular project too, which ended us up on the state architectural magazine cover one time. So I've been on the cover of Texas Architect twice. Got a lot of good historical background. Just in my own private work, I've been working to restore and relocate some log cabins from downtown San Antonio. We moved them out to a property, and we're in the process of doing that project. So as far as historical goes, we've got a lot of historical experience. We just want to let y'all know that.
If I could ask, maybe a different way. So this isn't a historical building. I mean, it's 50 years old, but it's not historical that we're trying to renovate. The only person, and this was part of the evaluation that we had gotten, the only person that I feel has a proven track record of honoring the vernacular and making a place fit the place, understanding what the DNA looks like, is Michael Ember. I haven't seen examples of that from either one of your firms, but to me, that is one of really 4 qualifications. The things that we need right now is we need somebody that can do it on time, on budget, and with the functionality that we need. Although it pains me to think about that, because you guys did talk about the Journey series that we went through. Did he talk about that with you? Do you know what he's talking about with the Journey series?
Oh, a little bit, yeah.
So basically, we were looking at city planning a little over a year ago, about a year and a half ago, and we had a consultant come in that was going to help us rewrite our codes, and we realized that we weren't I say it a little bit raw, we weren't smart enough to be able to do that. But the fact is that that's not our area of expertise. That's not what we do. We don't have experience in that. We don't know what city planning is. We have a lot of ideas and a lot of thoughts, but we don't know the implications of making wider roads or narrower roads, the implications of making bigger turn radiuses or smaller turn radiuses, the implications of different landscaping elements. So we just don't know it. And so we went on a journey together initially for City Council to understand what were good design considerations, and ultimately to bring the entire city along with us as a community event to understand who the right people were to lead us through that journey, understand what topics we needed to make sure that we're covered, and what did that journey look like at the end? What kind of knowledge did we want at the end? And we learned a lot through that process. And part of that is that one of the decisions that came out of council was we want Castroville built as Castroville. We don't want to build as San Antonio or as New Braunfels or as California or as anywhere USA, which is what I've seen a lot of, because I think that's what a lot of people are really concerned with. To me, that is the fourth consideration. It is something that I feel like we need to develop standards for all municipal buildings going forward. But for right now, we have this project in front of us right now that needs to be done within the budget and the time frame, because we have money that we won't have if we don't do it within that. But I wanted to give you the opportunity, because that was one thing that was stated, that we hadn't seen an example of that from either from yourselves or from LPA.
Historical preservation is obviously not something that is the only thing we do. Michael, we love Michael Ember, who's a good friend, and he is very laser focused on a certain way. We have built entire communities, including in Laredo, where we created whatever vernacular the client wanted. And, we understand how this works. We've written the controls for entire new city areas, and we do all of the architectural controls. I mean, whether it be a large shopping center that not like a strip center, but the owner wanted everything to be like Tuscany. And we've carried that through for the last 15 years. And we write the controls and we review even the interior plans. We work with them side by side. We've done the same thing in the city of Laredo. We've done, just creating whatever our clients needed. I served on the city council for the city of Balcones Heights for a few years. I was at the Planning and Zoning Commission, and when we had the BRT coming down through Fredericksburg Road, speaking of scars, and what I was able to get passed was a 180-day moratorium on development to give us the time to do the rezoning and master planning, so that we created planned unit developments, mixed use all along that corridor. And we...
In 180 days.
Well, I'm not Michael Ember.
I
want it done, honey?
No, I congratulate you. That's phenomenal. That's incredible.
Well,
I wouldn't want to be in that position.
Well, it was just something, because we were worried where the original BRT was going to come through, then the current landowners would be, selling or buying and building. They were going to make the decisions for us. So I just convinced council, at the time I was before I was on council planning and zoning, to do that, and we brought in a group and we got the majority down for the rezoning. And of course we tweaked it along the way, but we got it set where we controlled the narrative of what was going on down that road. Now, obviously that takes time, and it takes people that are willing to do it. Property owners are willing to do it, but we have property owners that they're making money. They're coming and picking up their checks. Yeah, they're slumlords. And not, y'all don't have that on here, but you know what I mean. You've been down Fred Road. Okay. And and they're driving back to Dominion with their rent money, and they don't really care. So we had to get this in so that as things happen, we control the narrative. And so that's why we did that. But I guess my point of all that, I've been very involved in all kinds of things like that. And as far as getting, the design to be Castroville look, that's not a problem. I feel we're very capable of meeting all of those standards, and we would do it in a community atmosphere. We were talking about the schedule, the timeline, and I thought it was great that y'all basically had already gone through the programming. One of the things that I presented was, we need to do a community outreach, a community input sessions, which we've done before, which could go really off the rails. So, but without already having the programming pretty much done, what we were talking about was we'd come in for community output with some designs. It was to a park. It still obviously needs to be in budget, so we want to focus on certain features. And but the community outreach would be one where we bring, and we've done this before, have more of a shopping list, not a wish list. This is what we think things will cost, but everyone feels like they get their voice in, they can talk about the different things that they want. But we come in with a plan, a program, and kind of explaining to them how it works. So you just come in with a blank piece of paper and tell them you have $1.9 million. That's, to most people, that means you can build the Taj Mahal, and of course you can't. But So,
Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay.
So, where I had gotten to with this, honestly, is I do believe that it is incredibly important for us to do things purposefully, to continue to grow Castroville as Castroville. But at the end of the day, we have a city staff under Scott's leadership. Devin has done an amazing job. If you talk about somebody that knows how to create programming, that knows how to get things done, I trust him in what he does. And they have come up with a recommendation. With everything in me, and please forgive me for saying this, everything within me, I want to hire Michael Limber, but Devin is most comfortable with getting it done using the recommendations that the RFP or the RFQ committee had recommended. So I fully support Devin in getting this thing done. I want to find a way to make sure that we are honoring that vernacular and setting the standard. We're asking a lot from our developers. We're asking them to do more, and it's not about building Alsatian. I went to Alsace, and this is not Alsatian. This is Castroville, and we need to be able to honor that. But I fully support Devin in what his recommendations are and what the recommendations are coming from the RFQ. So you have in your packet the recommendations if you want to take a look at that.
I wanted to point out one thing.
Please.
If you look at Ms. Gonzalez's scores, you'll notice that on the second item, she had a maximum score available of 20 and gave it 24. Just so that that's a little bit skewed.
Well, that's just like across. The next one is also 21.
21, right. So, yeah, just wanted to make everybody aware that there's a few extra points rolling around in there.
Did that get, hold on. Well, keep in mind, Devin took our written scores and digitized them. If you look at the tabulation on page, I can't see the page number.
It's
Where it's all of our scores next to each other, I don't see where they exceeded them.
Okay, well, I'm not seeing
So I
that
think it
page.
got corrected. It
I
may
don't
have been.
think that is in the packet. I think that-
Yeah, we don't have that one.
I'm looking at it in the packet that she sent out.
Yeah, I have it in the electronic packet.
I don't have it in the paper.
You should, it's at the back of the, right before you get to the,
Oh, after
It's
the
the last
presentation?
page before
After the
Slay's
presentation?
presentation.
no, it's right there before the one you just showed.
Yeah, I have Scott, I've got Janice, I got Devin, and that's it.
That's all I've got.
Yeah, but this is what they're missing, is this one. It's the one right before the Slay presentation.
These.
Yeah, I'm looking at it, and I only got 3.
You've only got 3.
Devin, Janice, and Scott. It's not a combo.
Anyway,
Anyway,
the scores were very close to begin with. There was a few extra points floating around on this one.
I see what you mean. I apologize. You're absolutely right, Paul. Yeah, I thought there was a combined one. I was sitting there staring at mine the whole time.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
we got a discrepancy in the 3 ratings. The numbers aren't the same. Possible numbers aren't the same. I don't think we should make a decision. I recommend we send it back to the staff, get this clarified, because we've only heard one company. They've heard all 3.
Well-
I know there's an urgency to get this done, but I think if the possible points aren't the same on all 3 of the evaluations, it's not a valid comparison.
Let Scott address that.
Yeah, I'll back up real quick. So I was looking to see where the discrepancy is. I think, Paul, there's only a discrepancy in one line, right? Interview,
Yes,
presentation, and
well,
quality?
actually, on that scorecard, under interview, presentation, and quality, the 2 first entries were over the maximum.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay,
But that's the only
one.
place where it deviated, and it's only on that one score. I'll just say this, that, again, the recommendation for LPA is the choice of the group. That was made collectively once we, so it really isn't solely based on the scoring.
This quantity doesn't affect.
And I think the way to rectify that scoring, since they both exceed that the maximum would be to award 20 points to both on that one line item, and then sum it up, and then see how they compare. And if you do that, I still think you're really close. There were only, just so you know, again, it's not about the points. We were very clear in saying, we really do believe that any one of these firms could do well. the total score for Janice's, for instance, when she totaled them up, was a 3-point difference between Slay and LPA. And on mine, it was exactly the same, Slay and LPA. Now, they're slightly different points in different categories for different reasons, but that just kind of underscores the quality of the group we have. But yeah, again, going back to what you said, the mayor and I met with Devin shortly before this meeting to clarify some of these points and better understand kind of the ratings and where he was, because you can see that the greatest deviation in the ratings, in who rated who, was with Devin's ratings, and we were just trying to better understand those. And he expressed his vote of confidence, if you will, in being able to deliver a project as the project manager for this project, working with LPA. And so I don't want to overstate that, Ernest, but that was the recommendation.
And the way that I take that, honestly, is because he's the one that's going to be delivering on this, his backside is the one that's on the line, and he knows what it takes to complete a successful project. So honestly, his opinion on this, his feeling, his gut on this one, it weighs more than anything else. And especially, obviously, all three of them have done some really wonderful things. And I'm very biased to the vernacular, but that's a personal preference. It's very, very subjective. But I've looked at the stuff that you've done, the stuff that each one of them have done. They're all, some are fairly similar, some are dramatically different. But at the end of the day, the thing that the company, the firm that Devin is the most confident in their qualifications to help him execute this with precision would be LPA. But I would entertain a motion if there was another motion.
If I may ask a clarifying question, Michael Imber's team estimated that we might be underestimating the expense by as much as $100 per square foot. How large is the anticipated building?
Well, and that's why it would be
It's about
almost $1
50%.
million in additional costs.
7,000 square feet.
Yes. Yeah.
In
So-
talking
and
to Michael, what he had said, so a few things about Michael. One, he said, I spend money really, really well. And if you look at his projects, he spends money really, really well. He's done some amazing projects. I've seen some smaller projects that he's done that are not quite so astronomical. But they're not cheap. He designs a higher quality of thing. And I talked to Helen about this for a pretty decent amount of time. And I'm like, I'm really concerned with the quality. And she said, I'm really concerned with the functionality. And they spent a lot of time on bringing this together. She said, I would rather have something a little bit more plain. And if you want it to fit, then that's fine. But I want to make sure that it meets the needs that we have. And there was a team that came together and figured out what those needs were. And Devin he led them through that process. And so Michael, I think, would be fully qualified, and I was actually ready to personally advocate for him, except that Devin, his comfort level with actually being able to deliver it, there was not enough time, there was not enough, we don't have enough leeway to figure out what that looks like, to see if that's actually possible. And we are on a time frame. If we don't get it done within the time frame allotted, then we don't get the money. So we would be doing this at risk. So to me, the three things that are most important, there's four things that I think are very important. The top three are the financial budget, the time budget, and the programming that the Parks Board and all of the group that worked on this can accomplish. The fourth, to me, is actually paramount across the city, that is honoring the vernacular and making sure that we're building Castroville as Castroville. But with something like this, with the time frame that we have, the fact that they took it from a little pool building and sought money and sought a solution, and they went out for this, I think that we should respect that and make sure that they can actually get this thing built.
I did not understand the nature of the time constraints there.
Oh, yeah.
Just
It has to reach substantial completion by the end of 2024, isn't that?
That's correct.
yeah. My thought was just that not knowing how much more that would be. That's why I asked.
I think
if it were a
everybody's
certain amount, it might be worth it to spend more money than we had originally intended to have a building we could really, really be proud of for decades or generations.
Yes.
But I think that's, and I didn't realize that.
I agree with that fully. The problem that we run into is that of time constraints. Things are moving fast. We have a lot on our plates. And sometimes you have to let good enough go, and I hate doing it. It kills me every time. It's a death by 1,000 cuts, but at this point, I would rather have a successful community building that is functional, and we can work on the aesthetics. I think that we've come up with some solutions to work on the aesthetics to make sure that they are at least giving a better nod to the vernacular, and I think that we can come up with that. So right now, it's about the staff's comfort level with actually executing this.
If we delayed this vote to the next meeting, would that break the schedule and make it impossible?
Every day counts. I think that
Yes or no? I mean, if it doesn't break the schedule, I mean, I'm adverse to voting when we've got mistakes.
Well, I can correct the scoring, though. Again,
Well,
the intent,
And I'm going to remind everybody here that y'all are looking for professional services, and so the basis of an award is the basis of demonstrated competence and qualifications to perform the services at a fair and reasonable price, right? So to the extent that, you know, those scores are only a reflection of what we're assessing to competence and qualifications to perform those services, you know, we just need to make sure that those are accurate, but we have to stay away from anything that makes this look like it's a competitive type of bidding.
yeah, we're not talking about pricing. We are talking about their ability to stay on budget, and I think that's important. But as far as the scoring herd goes, it makes you feel better. I know the intent. Janice's intent was, when you see her score, she was thinking it was a maximum of 25 points. It was really only a maximum of 20, but her intent was 1, 2, 3. So where she awarded almost 25 points to the first, and, you know, I can't remember whether I moved off of it, 22 to the second or 21. You could take the same delta between 25 and her score and apply that to 20 and her score, and you would end up in the exact same position that she intended. So that should not be the reason to not take action tonight, because one, I can correct it here and now and set the record straight, and two, you know, again, you have 3 very qualified firms, and any one of them could do it. The concerns were ability to stay on budget and on time. For that, we feel like LPA and Slate both were very strong candidates. The vernacular, we felt like Ember was really the strongest candidate there, but because of the concerns about time frame and budget, that we did not feel comfortable taking that leap. Maybe on another project where we have a lot more preparation, that could be something that we look at. But and then as far as ability to one, familiarity with the project, and then ability to have a quick response, et cetera. We've had some experience with LPA already on this project and other projects in the city, so we felt like that relationship was established, and we'd get a quick turnaround, especially on this project. But again, so that's ultimately, again, we recommended LPA, but the margin was very narrow. We feel like that any one of the firms could do a very good job, and it's up to you all to pick the winner.
Devin has proven, and I have the greatest respect for the work that he has done, creativity, his depth of analysis, the things that he has brought to the parks and to the city. I trust him, so I would like to make a motion that we go ahead and award the contract to LPA and let him retain his level of comfort.
All right, do I have a second?
Second.
Further discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes. Thank you for coming down.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Still continue to weigh in on
Not tonight.
Oh, nice. Yeah, he was coming in from, where did they come in, Frankfurt?
Gonna have to scold him.
You should do that.
Bye, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. Next item is discuss the council's recent request to amend the contract with Waste Management to increase the number of monthly brush collection days and reduce the number of bulk collection days. And I think we'd already gotten a response on this.
Yeah,
You
so
want-
in your packet, there's not an action item. I just wanted to, this is on here purely as an update to council. After your last council meeting, I crafted a letter. I ran it by Phil and the mayor just to get their head nod that what was written was accurately reflected the request council is making to Waste Management, because we do have a professional services contract with this company. We have certain obligations in our contract. Waste Management then responded. Now, prior to them responding, we did hold a virtual meeting with Waste Management, with their virtual or in person? I can't remember which. But either way, Chris and one of his folks, I think it might have been in person, Chris and one of his folks and Devin and I met with them to talk about their concerns, and then he delivered the letter. So you've got the letter I sent and then his response. I do want to say this, and I don't say this very often, but I do think that Chris Cox genuinely is doing all he can to try and serve this city as best as he believes Waste Management can. It doesn't necessarily mean we're always satisfied with the service we get, but I truly believe his efforts, he's gone above and beyond in some respects to try and make sure that they're servicing us, and he has legitimate concerns about whether or not this particular change will result in what the desired outcome. And he's leaning on his experience in Waste Management and that the experience of the folks he works with, and he feels like they may be willing to do it, but he'd really like to sit down and talk to Phil and the mayor specifically about what those concerns are, and then maybe give the council, the complete council, an opportunity to then weigh that and then back that up with to determine whether we really want to move forward this contract change or not. And so you just asked that before we get down on that road where we actually change the contract, can we please have one face-to-face meeting with two representatives from council? And I felt like that was a reasonable request. So we haven't set up that meeting. The two folks involved were both in France until very recently. So we'll now that they're back, we will try to schedule a time for as soon as possible so that we can either put this on the 22nd council meeting or potentially the first one, I think July or September 12th. I think is the next one, so, or whatever date it is. But anyway, either the second meeting in August or the first meeting in September, depending on when we can get everybody together and that sort of thing. That's it. Great. Just an update. Hopefully you read your packet. You can see the two letters in the packet.
All right, great. So is everybody good with that?
Yep.
Cool. And we also need to make sure that we're touching on some of the communication.
I apologize. I also meant to say, because Chris called me earlier tonight, he offered to be here tonight. He was willing to make the drive and come in person. And I told him about the lengthy deal we had. I said, look, I really don't know what time, and I'd hate for you to make that drive. And frankly, it's just an update. They're not taking action. I will. So I just want to make sure you know, he was willing to come out. I told him not to come.
Yeah.
So he's not here because I told him not to be here.
Okay.
Sorry. You were
Next
saying.
item is discussion and possible action on authorizing a request for proposal for IT services.
And for this, it's about a month later than we had hoped. I think the original target was in July. It really boiled down to HDS provides support for more than just the city, as you probably know. They do the county's support and other businesses as well. And some of the infrastructure, if you will, the hardware that they use, supports multiple, because they own it, it supports multiple clients. And so opening up their back door, as it were, to have all that scanned, they're reticent to do that with good reason, and they wanted to. So anyway, that caused a little bit of a delay to be able to arrange that and orchestrate it and set up all the passwords temporary and all that stuff, because it's a fairly invasive process that VC3 goes through to do a full scan. But ultimately, to HTS's credit, they were able to enable or cooperate with VC3 to allow that to happen. And the report that you see is in large part a result of that scan and the other stuff that they looked at. So they provided kind of green, yellow, red. Green means we're meeting kind of standard expectations, the industry standard for IT services. Yellow is areas where, kind of just caution, maybe areas you might be able to improve. And then red are areas that we should pay particular attention to. They would recommend that we make, changes, especially if we were to bring on a new contractor or if we stay with HTS. So that's how to kind of interpret the report. I am not technical, so don't ask me to explain most of this. Hopefully it's somewhat self-explanatory. And then the other part of their scope, so first was kind of to do this needs analysis. Where do we sit? What do we need? And that's what the report clarifies. And again, you got this report under separate cover, it was not in your packet. That's why, I see Deborah flipping through, so where is this? This was sent under separate cover yesterday? Yesterday. No, today is Tuesday, yeah, yesterday, Monday. I didn't get it till Monday morning. The original file, when I looked at it, it's kind of like what sometimes converting PowerPoint to PDF, it didn't make any sense. It was all garbled. So I had them send me a new one. I got that Monday morning and sent it out pretty much as soon as I got it to you all. So that's the report. I can pull it up and we can look at it on the screen if you'd like. But that was one part of the scope that they were hired to do. This was the $25,000 that you guys appropriated for this study. And then the other part was to produce a request for proposals, and that's the other part that's in your packet. Now that you did get, it has a calendar. The calendar can be adjusted, obviously, but that's assuming y'all were to approve this tonight and authorize staff to issue the RFP. We would start post haste on getting this. And part of that's, Herb, in a nod to our budget, not having to make a massive change, but I think there's really no way we can do it before the budget gets adopted. We just don't have enough time. Not if we're going to get, not if we're going to really get good participation and be able to vet them. That's why I was hoping for July, but now that we're in August, it's going to take a little longer.
And I apologize, I've not had a chance to dig through this. I've seen the iterations, but not the final product. Are we asking for responses so that we can separate out some of the on-site services versus some of the remote services?
Well, yeah, so one of the things that VC3 advises is that each IT, full-service IT companies, a lot of times have different tiers, and they have different response levels. And so we want to be able to, we provide a worksheet where they can provide kind of multiple ways to quote us as a full services IT service partner. So that's what, so and we also have, we built in time for them to issue questions. If they need clarification, then we'd be able to clarify some things for them. It is a little bit, VC3, when we entered into this, they want to participate in the RFP, so just know that. When we look at vetting, we'll either have to get another IT partner that's not doing the bid, or we're going to have to do that internally so that there's no conflict of interest.
Yeah. We just need to make sure that the on-site services versus remote services, we have the ability to break that out, because there might be, if you think about like when we use utility contractors, if they can mobilize, if they're already mobilized in the area, then it's at a reduced cost. So that could give us the opportunity to leverage somebody that is local, that can be on-site, hands-on, because I mean, you know how much actually has to be hands-on versus how much can be done remotely.
Yeah, so I think we'll be able to, well.
I think that you should ask them and just make sure that it's separated out.
Separate out the on-site service calls costs.
Or how would you deal with, what is it if you're providing the on-site, and what is it if you're not?
Yeah.
The hands-on break fix.
I got you.
Yeah.
One thing I can't find is, I think it's a good RFP, but I can't find any explanation of how you're going to evaluate it. And usually when you ask for people to submit bids, you tell them what the factors are going to be and how you're going to evaluate it, and that'll affect how they write it. And I don't see any, maybe I'm not finding them, but
Yeah.
I think if you don't put that in there, then you're going to be faced with a lot of questions in the end about, well, you never told us you were going to evaluate that.
Well, I would suggest, my gut is, and I would look for you all to tell me what you feel is your specific evaluation points you would look for. But for me, it's kind of three things. One is, what's the overall quality and experience of the company that we're looking at? How experienced are they working with municipalities specifically? And then two is, what's the cost? So cost is going to be a big factor. And then the third would be responsiveness, response time. So if they have a lot of municipal experience and they're...
If you would say that and put a
cost-
percentage with each one of the three, I think that would be sufficient.
Okay, well, yeah.
You got to have a percentage of what percent, those three questions, what weight goes with each one of them.
And something else that I think is missing from this is the reporting. So reporting mean time to respond, mean time to repair, they should be tracking these. Pretty much every IT group, whether it's insourced or outsourced, is tracking those. So maybe just make sure that you've got request for what metrics will you provide us to demonstrate service level achievement. So what are your service level commitments?
Your work order completion program.
And just ask them for the metrics.
Yeah.
What are the metrics of success that you will provide? Examples would be mean time to respond, mean time to repair, time on, or I guess, total ticket count. But I would just ask them for their metrics.
I feel like she's taking notes. I was thinking Deborah's taking notes, but I don't know if she's hitting all this, so that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I don't know that VC3 should come up with those metrics. So how would, or not the metrics, with
The scoring?
evaluation, the scoring?
No, we'll do the scoring. Honestly, I think we'll put a template, but ultimately, this is not one that I think staff is going to evaluate. My intent is to bring the however many responses we get and give them to council and let council decide.
Okay.
I mean, we may try to give a high-level recommendation, staff, but ultimately, I think, unless you want, I don't have, again, so I don't have IT resources. I don't have anybody that I feel is particularly, qualified on the staff level. Unless, Mayor, you want to try to establish a committee, a review committee for the RFP process, we can certainly do that.
No.
You've got a couple of people that have some IT experience, at least 3 that I know of. Yeah, looking at you, and you, and you. All 3 of you, I think, have IT experience.
So is the intent, let me see, I'm trying to find, RFP submission deadline, answers to submitted questions, completed submissions received, city evaluation of RFP responses. So, okay, gotcha. You've got the presentations. So who would they give the presentations to then?
Well, this is kind of a generic calendar, but in fact, I thought I'd eliminated the presentation, and I just left it in there as a placeholder, because I don't really want to have I would rather just have a bunch of RFPs and go through a question and answer phase like we do with, like, on jobs. We have the bidders submit, we have a pre-bid conference, and then we get the actual, whatever their bids are, and then the engineer and I look at those bids, and I mean, that's kind of what I see as the process. I don't know that we're going to have presentations, honestly.
Did you ever have a consultant hired when you started that helped you lay out the plan? I know you went to VC3, but before that, did you have a consultant that was helping you?
No, it was you. No. You and I worked on it. I worked on it with Troy, right? I think it was me and Troy, then it was you and me.
I wouldn't have any trouble sending it out, except I think we have to specify, we could add, how is it going to be evaluated, by whom is it going to be evaluated, and what will be the criteria used for the evaluation. If price is going to be the most important thing, we have to say that. The most important criteria is price, if that's what it is. But I think it doesn't have to be long, but it's got to give them an idea of, first of all, do they come and give a presentation to somebody, or do they give a presentation to the evaluators?
I don't believe we can hire somebody based on price. I think that's a mistake.
No, well, again, I think the scoring metrics, the ones that were discussed earlier, I've written 4 down. One is cost, so there'll be some kind of points attributed to cost, some kind of points or percentage attributed to the company experience and size, points for familiarity or a work relationship with municipalities, and then response.
Performance,
Yeah.
Performance.
And then response capability and time, what are the quotas
Those are
there,
all good.
What
stuff.
I think would be a good idea is to, I know that Deborah's talked about this and a few others have talked about what they like and what they don't like about our current provider. I think it would be good to put that out to anybody from staff who has experience in dealing with them as a user, as a customer, to find out what do they like, what has gone really right and what has gone really wrong, and help develop it from the actual hands-on user standpoint. And then we can,
The scoring metric, you mean, or?
yeah, part of the scoring metrics would be, if you can get something that's not a metric, that is just, what do you like, what do you not like, what has gone right, what has gone wrong, from there we can develop the scoring metrics, and I think we can put together a small committee to be able to accomplish that. I would volunteer to be on the committee. I would invite anybody from council that would want to participate in that, to do that
I
as
would
well.
volunteer to be on the committee, but I think we need
We need city staff as well, yeah. I think we need to get city staff who have had that interaction, they know what's gone right and what's gone wrong, and
And you
especially.
might even consider hiring a professional consultant to be the primary evaluator and lead the team. It's somebody who's got, I don't have current licenses. I've been out of the business for 20 years. So I'm not a good person for currency. I can understand most of what they have in here, but I think you need somebody who is qualified and properly licensed, current. And we probably have to hire somebody that's not involved with any of the companies.
Well, the challenge is going to be finding someone who also doesn't want to put in an RFP. But I don't know who that might be, but we'll.
I would be
we'll find
comfortable with putting that together. I've put together IT RFPs very recently, and I've had to evaluate for fairly large workforces in that. So I think that, based on what we've talked about already, because I've talked to Scott about this as well, I think that we're pretty close to it. I think that if we get the feedback from staff, have you, and
Do we know the school district, do they have internal IT services?
that's a good idea.
Do they, like,
Yeah, they do, they do.
Yeah.
they do their own IT?
Let's see,
Yes.
let's see if we can leverage them as well.
I wonder
Yeah.
if their guy could help us.
And
Or
I
girl.
recommend having a person from each section of the public works and stuff like that, because each department has a different computer system. And they can say, oh, well, because I was reading this over, and it goes over, it's a big problem not connecting with some of the systems because it's different proprietors and everything like that.
Yeah,
So,
but I don't think that that comes into play, because we have, like on our SCADA system, the people that work on the SCADA system work on a SCADA system, and they're not, they're not,
Interact with other
Right.
departments.
but
Well,
that's
no,
part
but
of
we
what
do
is-
have issues, like, sometimes we do have issues trying to get Encode to work with, like,
Yeah.
think about all the stuff the PD's been dealing with the vendors who are supposed to be connecting to our AdComp, or, it would be good to be able to have a partner, rather than us trying to figure that out, having a partner that knows,
that has experience in those
yeah,
different
has,
systems.
And
that's
then
from
see,
the
this
industry.
could
Okay, I see what you're saying.
yeah,
that makes
and then
sense.
this could turn into a balanced scorecard metric for IT services.
That's
Yeah.
information we need to gather, see where those problems
Yeah.
exist.
Right. So then, I think that the investigation would be city staff for their experience with good and bad from IT. It would be finding out what systems are having issues that need to interconnect, that are not interconnecting, or that they have experienced issues in there, and then reach out to the school district.
The only issue, the only concern I may have, and I say may, is I need to talk to Troy about the expiration of his current contract and when that expires. Actually, it's 30 days notice. That's when it's, so we can end the contract, but what I need to find out is more in real terms of the support, some of the stuff he has with us, that he's supporting us through. They have renewal deadlines, and so when that renewal clock hits, he has to pay a whole year if we, whether we can end in 30 days or not. So we have to, I need to figure out some of that with him so that we can establish kind of a goal, a target time frame. That's the only real time frame that I think we're subject to in some respects. So go ahead.
Is extending the current contract for perhaps a quarter an option? Is that legal with our current contract?
It's not, that's not, we don't have to worry about that aspect of it, because we're on an evergreen with like a 30-day notice. So if we give them 30 days notice, technically we've done it. It's more, it goes back to what we were saying earlier. I remember him bringing this up at the beginning of the year, that there were certain things that the leases or the timeframes were running out, and he needed me to make a decision. Hey, are you going to buy this? Or are you going to continue to lease it? If you continue to lease it, then if you separate from me within this period of time, then you're going to have to pay me back for this, because I had to pay now. So it's that kind of discussion, and I just need to find out how much of that's out there and what the timeframes are, so that we can pick an optimal date for concluding this exercise, to cause the least amount of pain to us and him, should you choose to part ways. And that's the thing I've told him the whole time, is we don't know what the outcome of this will be. I know that the county went through the same exercise years ago, and they had HTS as provider, and at the end of the day, they ended up with HTS again. So that's not outside the realm of possibility, although probably not likely.
Do we have all of the licenses that HTS currently manages for us?
I don't believe so. I would like to say we do, but I think that's part of what this effort from BC3 was, to try and capture that.
Because I didn't see anything in there about that. Was that in their evaluation and not in this?
I recall them talking, I know it's in the RFP. In the RFP, they talk about what types of licenses the city has and would need.
Yeah,
I just don't remember where, I mean, it's been a week, I guess, since I read it.
because we have different O365 plans for different types of people, different roles inside of the city.
The word does not appear in their summary.
I actually have an Excel. I remember when we were talking about renewal and number of licenses, I have an Excel that shows me what the office licenses we have are.
In their PowerPoint, that word did not appear.
What's that? Or what?
All right.
So I think that we've still got a lot of work to do on, like, the,
Well, so, yeah, do you want to
Details?
form a committee, Mayor? And then, I think as first action of that committee, we probably need to have a tete-a-tete with VC3, with the guy that wrote the RFP,
okay.
so we can give him feedback on changes that need to be made.
All right, are you comfortable with delaying the authorization on this, or do you need the?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think, that's what I was trying to get to, the deadline. I think I just need to figure out what our deadlines are, but if you want to establish a committee as the action, that's fine, and then we can bring this back once the committee feels like it has a working RFP for
Okay.
council to.
Do we need a motion for that, or is that okay, just a general agreement?
Well, it'd be nice to know who's on the committee. So it's you and who else?
I think
You
it's
were
me,
seeking
Herb,
volunteers.
and we'll find, and you, and we'll find 2 community volunteers. Work on one maybe from
Contact the school district.
the school district and maybe the county, or another governmental institution that has that experience. Is everybody okay with that? Does that work?
Perfect.
Okay. All right, so no need for a decision, for a
Nope.
action? Okay. The next item is discussion and appropriate action on approving city hall floor plans.
Floor plans.
Floor plans.
You've got pictures of them? I think I've got, oh yeah, I do. That's great. Got them right here. I'll put them up. So I'll talk you through this. Some of it's hard to kind of really wrap your head around.
You always turn it the wrong way.
That's right. What? Well,
Turn it the wrong
okay,
way.
so,
Just turn your head.
yeah, you have to tilt your head. I can't, so I don't have the full Adobe on this machine, so it doesn't allow me to rotate the image. Yeah. So,
We got it.
You sure it's not right there?
yeah, it is, but.
I got it rotated the other way, though.
Oh, wait.
That's going to be confusing.
It just said, I'm sorry, it just told me I couldn't. I'm so sorry. Thank you, Deborah. Thank you,
Hey, you're
Deborah.
our new IT support specialist.
Yeah, it does not take much to support me.
I
So-
disagree.
One of the things that what I was asked about was, you know, the ADA ramps, you know, we're changing locations, there's ADA ramps in the back. If you look at the front, between the stairs and the front of the building, one of the proposals is to add at least one ramp, maybe two. There's room to do that. There's enough length behind those stairs, so you won't be, you know, hurting the facade of the building, if you think of it that way, or the look of the building by adding them. And that would create, we basically, the stairs would become a landing, and then the stairs would move a little further out into that covered area.
You have to also break the curbs on the parking area, but that's.
What's that?
You'd have to break the curbs on the parking area out here as well.
Yeah, there'd have to be access to the ramp, right? I think there's already one on the far side,
Maybe there's
if I'm not
one
mistaken,
there,
like
yeah.
over here?
Yeah,
On
there
that
is.
side?
Yeah, it's all
I don't
over
know if
there.
there's one over here or not.
No,
but that's
there's not.
Yeah, that's another improvement we can make, especially if we're doing two. I don't know, we haven't looked at the rear of the building to see if there would be an ADA ramp back there. It makes sense for us to do one there, frankly.
Yeah,
I
because
just-
you have one, you have two technically in the back already.
Kind of, sort of.
Right,
But that's right
Technically.
where
They'll be
that
gone.
door is.
they'll
Yeah.
be
Right.
taken out.
Yeah.
Yeah, one right here.
well, they're over here, and so they'll be
Yeah.
covered up by buildings, so we aren't gonna do that. So where we would put it is here, if we do it, and I don't know what that would look like. If you go straight out the front, obviously it creates a long ramp. I don't think we wanna do that. What we'd probably do is stairs with a ramp either to the left or the right.
Yeah.
But again, we haven't got to that level, and that's something that Brantley Hightower will probably help us with, is that look of the addition. And so the addition really is the back part of the building.
But wouldn't those doors open in and not out? Typically,
I
exterior
would- I
doors
wouldn't
open
don't get
in.
stuck on
I'm stuck on that because you could put a ramp on there if they opened in.
that. Right, well, don't get stuck on that.
Yes, I nitpick.
It's just, that just shows doors. It's not really what way they're gonna open. So
Oh, goodness.
we'll make sure they open in if that's your
Although
preference.
it gets the slide, take it
Um,
off the back of the building.
So I want to walk you through the improvements that are contemplated, and keep in mind, the reason, I want to stress this, the reason we're even looking at this is when I was talking to Alamo Restoration about what we want to do to the building, he put together a proposal to do a bunch of work, and the price that he put together was extremely competitive. And I was like, well, geez, we can do the whole building. So, but we still have to take this out for a competitive bid, and we'll see where we end up and how much it actually costs. Because a lot of this will also be determined by how much the scope that we actually identify. But essentially, if it's not a historic wall in the city, in this building, if it's not a big, thick wall, then it's coming down, essentially. So the big, thick walls, you can see them on this plan. It's this hallway, these are big and thick. It's this one that's on the other side of what's called the meeting room, that's where our break room is now.
It's not this one.
You know, it's the wall, not this wall here, but the other wall. Those are all original walls, and so those would stay the way they are. Where my office used to be, where Leroy is presently, so I'm going to start on this end of the building. That wall that separates his room from Deborah's and the mayor's, that wall would move in by several feet. So the door, where the door is, the door would move. The door is not in the same location. So this whole wall, if you think about it that way, this whole wall is going to change, the orientation of it, et cetera. This would become a break room, so full kitchen and break area for staff. It would have a storage room that would be accessible from that break area. It would have a server room that would be accessible from that break area, and then a file room that would be accessible from the city secretary's office. The concept here, and this could change, is this would be a pocket door, and you'll see there's pocket doors used in a couple different places in the building. And then this door would become a somewhat secure door, because these would be our some permanent files. Now, one of the things that I'm advocating for is digitization of all of our permanent files, so that we can reduce the number of files that we actually have to have in paper to only those that are of historic significance or convenience. And I emphasize convenience because, just to Deborah's point, there's certain things that she'd like to have in paper that would be for convenience. We had a quote put together to do that. It was $150,000 So-
How far back?
to scan everything upstairs.
Oh, okay.
Now, frankly, there's a lot of stuff up there that is temporary, meaning 7 years or less in nature. There's a considerable amount of that, and they did give us the quote for that too. That was included in that quote, right?
Some of it.
Yeah, I have to look at,
Permanent.
do you remember what the permanent was? Was it just, the permanent wasn't 150?
No, that was the total, and it was probably close to 100,000.
Yeah.
Because most of it is police.
So maybe 2/3 of that cost.
Yeah.
So about,
Criminal records. and all
yeah,
that.
so about $100,000 to scan all of our permanent files, and another 50 to scan the stuff that's temporary. Well, my recommendation would be, one of the things, and this is one of the goals for the IT partnership, is we, as a city, we really need to get away from paper. There's really no reason that I know of legally that we have to have paper records like we have right now. They should be able to all be digitized, and we have the technology to digitize them. We just don't have the processes in place to require digitization. So for instance, if you think about municipal court, everything the court does could be digital. Emphasis on could, but it requires the judge and the court clerk and the bailiff and anybody else involved with that to all have digital records. Again, that means an investment in some hardware, an investment potentially in some software. I don't know that, frankly, I think the software we have right now probably can all be digitized. It's more about the process. Okay, now we're going to, we have to invest in digital signature software. So DocuSign or something like that where it will allow them to sign. That's a big issue. But once you do that and you have that captured, you're now creating digital files, and the digital files are being shared from platform to platform, and there's no paper printed, except for a convenience if you have to print a physical document to give someone, so they have something they take with them, then you'd print that and they take it, but it's not being stored here locally. So I think there's the way to do that, but that's, I think, one of our primary objectives, to get rid of all the excess that we have. And my vote would be, rather than spending $50,000 to scan it and then just delete it 7 years later, we'd just store those off-site at a storage bin at Alsace or something, because for the most part, these records are records we don't get into. And the ones that we do need access to, we might be able to scan those. But anyway, a little bit of a tangent. So going back to this explanation of the floor plan, so this is a break room, these are files, there's a city secretary's office. The office is slightly smaller than the office that Deborah currently has, because this wall comes in a little bit to make room for all this storage. So she loses about 2.5 feet, I think is what I measured. But it's still a 12 by 15 foot room, which is a fairly spacious office. This is intended, so part of the goal with this footprint is to allow for future growth of the city, to add additional personnel as we needed to. So this is really just an empty office. It's a modest office, 11 by 11.6. And then going across the hall, starting in the back, the restrooms would go away. The hallway that's there today would go away. The storage room that's there would all go away, right? And then a new wall would be erected that is, you preserve these openings, so the doors would stay where they are. And then this would open onto 2 rooms. One would be for the city administrator and one for the mayor. Idea in this, and I talked to the mayor about this, in the future we may not always have a mayor that wants to office at the city, and I've told him I would prefer it that way in some ways, even though he's a great partner.
I respected that.
He's a great partner. But the idea is that this then, if this weren't the mayor's office, this could easily be an assistant city manager's office. And there would be again, a pocket door that would separate those two, so it allows easy communication between two, and then pocket doors into this meeting room. So this would be where we have our executive sessions. That's the concept. And then across the hall, we'd make use of this hallway as a waiting area, and we would close in, so where this is currently a door, and this is currently a door, so that door that's on the other side of that door, those would both become windows, and I think this would create greater utility of the space in general. We have a lot of wasted space in that lobby. This hallway, especially being the size that it is very generous. If you go to, I've been to some federal buildings and other places downtown, a lot of times their waiting areas is it is the hallway. It's not a separate space. So that's the idea, is this would become a window. Customer service, the office for customer services would move up. Municipal court clerk's office would move up. And that opens up the area where their offices currently are to be more of a work and file area. The other thing that we're looking at is removing the vault. The only thing historic about that vault really is the door itself. I don't know where the door originally came from. It'd be interesting to find that out. But it appears, and we'll find out as they do more study on the building, that the way that you can see from the outside, just looking in, you can see this window, you can still see it from the parking lot, but it's covered up by like a piece of plywood. So what it looks like to me is they probably poured concrete in place for this wall, and then concrete for the ceiling to create basically a reinforced vault. I don't know if they're steel in it or not. That'll be something we'll find out again as we get into the building. But where the current door is and where Liz currently sits, Liz Haas sits, our municipal court clerk, that would be an office. The concept here is that this is mislabeled, by the way, this is not a low wall. This right here would be a low wall, so you could see into this work area, and potentially this could be a low wall here, so you could kind of have a receptionist type area. But this, where the vault is presently and where these windows are, that would be an office. I didn't try to measure it out, but just looking at it, it's probably, again, a modest-sized office, 11 by 11, 11 by 12. So again, for future, as we add staff, there's a couple of places where you can have office. We are restricted, future offices. We are somewhat restricted just because this is not a huge building. The courtroom stays on the bottom, and a big part of this is just not having to sprinkle the building. If we try to move a bunch of people upstairs, you're going to have to sprinkle the building. And so we're trying to stay away from that. We have to add the stairs on the back. That was where this Plan D came from, is once you use the front, the upstairs, you really have to have these elevators and stairs and stuff that we're adding. But we're going to keep the maximum occupancy load on the bottom floor and continue to use this as a courtroom / council chambers. It changes in a couple of ways. That door goes away, and these door, this is again open. This is why we're presenting it to you for your input. This wall here, it's really about sound, kind of controlling the sound a little bit in the room, but it's really not needed. You could easily have this door, so you have kind of a little vestibule. You can talk to the court clerk. If there's council meeting night, you walk through this door, and then you go through this door, and you go into the courtroom, the council chamber, excuse me. The bathroom and the AC all goes away, so it's no longer here. And then coming the other direction, as council, you would have your own entrance, like right there in that corner. The concept is that this dais gets pushed back a little bit to create more space and more room in here. The configuration of the dais is something I think we should consider. This just has it straight. That's not what I told him, but that's the way he has it. There's a number of different configurations we could explore. I've seen semicircles where it's just kind of a semicircle all the way around. I've seen ones where it was like a U shape, where there were a couple of staff members, so you might have the police chief and the city secretary on that end, or the police chief and attorney. And then on this end, you might have the city secretary and city administrator, and then the council, mayor and council in the middle.
He only has 7 chairs.
Yeah, like I said, it's not what I showed him. But the point is, I think there should be some thought given to how you want to do this room. But the idea is the whole room gets gutted, and you have a private entrance over there. You wouldn't need entrances on both sides, so your main entrance would be there, and then there'd be a room for someone to get up over here. We probably still need to have ADA access for future, and that would be on this spot. What else? I also want to point out that on the downstairs, the intent is, you'll see this is a lowered ceiling. These are not the original wood bottoms that you see as you just walk through that door into the reception area in the hall. It's got a wood ceiling, and my room does as well. But then when you go beyond that, it drops down drastically, and it has a fairly drop ceiling. Part of that's because there's some AC units in that ceiling, so they had to make a lot of room. So the intent is to bring the ceiling down to the top of those windows and do that throughout the building. So it would be consistent from one space to another. And in here, we wouldn't have the popcorn ceiling. You wouldn't have these lights. You would have basically a reproduction of the existing ceiling on the other side. So it would look like it was original, but it'd be down at the level of the windows, and that's to allow for all the ducting and all the cabling and everything else. So all the electrical, all the AC duct, all the internet wire, all of that gets replaced in this build. So one of the things that is a big challenge, I know, is the electric at the City Hall. So that's this floor plan, and I can show you Second floor. Second floor is really, there's not much to look at. The thing to know about the second floor plan is that we, one of the goals for this particular plan was to preserve the ceiling. So the initial floor plan that was presented had a hallway from one door to the other, right down the middle of that room. And that hallway would only be like 9 feet tall or 8 feet tall. But it really cut off the view of that domed ceiling that's up there that's really unique. So staff's recommendation is to do 4 offices with maybe not even walls that go all the way up to the ceiling, but put them in the corners. And then the rest of the space in that area would be flex space. And I have, what's that?
The gym floor is saved, correct?
Yeah, I don't know what the flooring would be, but you have a beautiful wood floor up there, and it'd be a shame to cover it. That's all I'll say about that. But that's ultimately y'all's decision, how you treat that. I was going to show you something real quick. These are some pictures from the city of Ennis. I believe it's in here. Yeah. They had a historic building, not the same type of roof structure that we have, dome ceiling, but they had some skylights and, oh my gosh, I'm not going to be able to show it.
It's an HEIC.
Yeah, I forgot. I actually had to pay 99 cents to buy a freaking thing to open these. I forgot. I can see them on my computer. I need to put together like a Word doc so you can see it. But they basically, same kind of concept I just explained upstairs, and that's where I kind of drew this from, is their spaces weren't taller than about 9 or 10 feet throughout that, and they preserved all of that original architecture in the ceiling. Now what you have to do, because you still have to have lights, you still have to have AC, is you're going to have ducting and exposed lights, but there's a way to do that to make it look classy and nice. And so that's what we would try to do, is like the ductwork would all be painted the same color as the ceiling, so it kind of blends in, and the lights would all be on like extensions from the roof or from the ceiling to be appropriate. So what I wanted to do is see if there's again, this is not a really detailed, it's just a floor plan, but I wanted to run it through council to make sure before we get too much further down that the floor plan as it's been presented is agreeable, because I don't want to pursue something if there's a major objection. This is in line with the D plan that y'all looked at and adopted. There's just some slight changes. I changed well, there's a lot of changes. I changed the rooms on the other side to allow for what I think would be at least a minimal amount of growth in the future.
I think this is really close. There's a couple of things, if you go back to the first floor. Minor things like obviously city council chambers needs to be modified slightly. We need to make sure that we have some pieces of art that we need to maintain wall space for, and we have some other things that we really need to be doing as the core of the city, making sure that we are, if you look at the entrance area, if you look at the mayor's wall, the pictures, all of this stuff, we just need to make sure that we have space for those. I think that there's actually a good area up on the second floor if we want to provide some kind of standalone display cases and that kind of thing. I think we can accomplish that. If you go to the very left here, I would actually, the server room, I would flip that and make the entrance on this side, just because if you have somebody accessing the server room, you know that most of the time you're going to have somebody in the city secretary office that just knows that they're going in there versus in the break room. So I would. Well,
the idea is this will be, so the other thing I didn't talk about is with ACS and our partnership with them, what they've done for the county and the school districts, they have door controls. Now, there's a cost per month per door that you put on it. So there is a additional cost that will be absorbed when we do this improvement. But I think it makes sense to, one, look at cameras in the building, improve the security greatly. So all of the exterior doors, I would recommend to have key card access only. But on most of the interior doors, if it's in staff-only access places, this would be key carded and the server room would be key carded, is my thought.
Best practice would just be put it to where, if you have an option to put it with a place that is mostly occupied versus sometimes occupied, you put it toward the mostly occupied.
Well, she's never here, so I don't know. That's
And one of the reasons.
You might
the
be,
and I'm only
server
kidding.
was in my
But
records room, and this way.
I think it's
someone
also
can work
prudent
on
to
it.
leave, like, the areas for future programming, and this is kind of up to you, I mean, you know.
We could also flip, I'm just asking this, we'd also flip the server room to where it was accessed off the hall.
But if, again, if you
And the
have.
storage, because this, what, go ahead?
If you have, just because of the security need for that,
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying, though. This hallway is more visible than either end of this. So we could flip, we could flip this arrangement, and instead of having a door, you know.
but the hallway's not
on
gonna
this
have
side.
people in it most of the time, that would be a rarely occupied.
Okay,
Yeah,
fine,
there's
yeah,
no,
yeah, all right.
like, line of sight into the hallway right there.
Right. The other thing is where the intern is, and, I mean, I think that it might make more sense in a space like that to create like more cubicles, like low walls that are temporary, not permanent, because you might want to change that configuration, and having a hallway there may not be the most efficient use of that.
Okay.
And it's cheaper to have
Well,
cubicles
but
than
what
full
would you
walls.
do, but hold on, are you saying this would be a low wall?
I think that
Or
would
this
be-
one too, because this is your hallway?
No, I think the hallway is the hallway, that,
So it's just this wall that goes away?
it's the two of them.
Well, no, this one
No,
is
you
her
need
wall.
the secretary to have
That's,
her,
she's gonna want privacy.
she'll need
That's fine.
security.
That's what I'm saying, I don't think she's gonna want a low wall here. So this, yeah, and the other thing is, yeah, the idea is this is supposed to be a secure
Secured
space.
Oh, gotcha, all right.
You know, for that matter, the other way you could get to the server room, well, anyway. Okay.
Well, the whole purpose was if the files are locked up, or the server's locked up, someone can get to it to work on it.
Yeah,
Or employees can get to it to turn.
Right now,
it
the
on.
server room's in the file room,
Yeah.
so, you know, we could also do that. We just say, you know what, the server's gonna be in there, but, I don't know. Good.
Limit
All
your
right.
server size.
What other changes did you have? So do you think low wall here though, right?
Up to you. It's cheaper for a temporary low wall than a permanent. If you believe that's gonna be the all-time configuration, then just do it. I mean, you're just talking about, studs of drywall. But if you don't know what the programming is gonna look like in the future, like where you've got the work area, the low wall, potential office, you're not totally sure, you might wanna leave those out for now until you know what that programming looks like. I mean, you've got enough experience with working with different cities to have a pretty good picture of that, but that would be a recommendation at least to consider. You have permanent customer service will always be there. Municipal court will always be there. Just makes sense. Those definitely permanent. I like the flexibility that you built into where the mayor's office is, so that if you have an assistant city administrator as we grow, that's a good possibility to be able to have that space set aside. I mean, overall, I think you've done just a phenomenal job with it. I was very surprised. Well, it's.
Very surprised at
I was
what?
very impressed. I think you caught me off guard because I think that you did this very methodically. It was far more exceptional than I had anticipated. Not that I doubt your prowess, but
Well, I appreciate it. So
I
this
mean, it was
is,
that much better than what I already expected of you.
so all of this could be a low wall area? As long as this has, because part of this is also reducing the number of doors, like they have to be buzzed in and out. This would be the staff access door. This is the only door they have access to in here. I don't know if that's an issue, frankly. I have
Yeah,
to
is
figure
that
that.
fire? egress
Yeah, that's what I'm
system?
saying. I don't know if that's an issue. I don't think so.
That's where I was about to ask, how we had the fire department
don't
look
think
at
so,
this
though,
for our
because-
firewalls and for egress.
Yeah, I don't, he did review that. So I do actually, I take that back. I think this does meet because these are open to windows. So in an issue, they can go out the window or they can go through this door. So I believe that that's something that's considered when they look at it. But I'll double check on that because that's something I'm just looking at. But yeah, I think my concern for whether this is full walls or half walls would really be one of security, but because this is the one security area, I think that's good. And yeah, you have, by making these full walls, the working area is separated. There's a sound barrier between this and that.
Yep.
So I do like that idea of not making this a permanent office if it's not going to be occupied anyway. Just having this as kind of basically all low walls in this area. It'll make it feel like it's a lot
Or
more
temporary.
flexible.
I mean, they don't have to be permanent.
Yeah,
I mean,
true.
That's up to you.
Yeah.
These are minor recommendations, not, I mean, these are nitpicky.
What does landscape mean?
Yeah, so this is our current outside, right? These windows look outside. And one of our concerns, and this will be something that Mr. Hightower weighs in on as well, Hightower, right? No,
Yeah.
Brantley Hightower,
Brantley
yeah.
Hightower.
That he'll probably help us with is what this looks like. But our initial concept is that in order to preserve some of that look of the back of the building and not lose that, is that these would basically become terrariums or, what's another word for it?
Just a green space.
Yeah, green space. So this is a
Garden.
two-story, I called it something else, not vestibule.
Atrium.
Atrium, yeah.
Atrium.
Like an atrium.
It's a two-story atrium.
Yeah, it's
Exactly.
like what
That's it
Wilford
is.
Hall had.
And it's open to the sky above. What's that?
You could put a picnic table out
Yes.
there, people could go eat lunch.
So
Yeah.
it's like BAMSI.
You could put
BAMSI has
smokers
that.
in there and point at them and laugh.
No.
No?
You can put misters in there.
Yeah, so that'd be open to the sky above, and you can have some greenery and that kind of thing in there. Yeah.
And I've got to commend you also, I don't know if everybody's familiar with Brantley Hightower. He literally wrote the book on county courthouses. He did a presentation over at the Landmark Inn last year, and he wrote a book. He is an architect that wrote the book on historical courthouses in Texas, what they look like. It was literally the best visual like data representation that I've ever seen, the way that he compared it. So he's methodical on this stuff. He knows this inside and out.
Now, one of the things I'm going to mention, Arnie left his hat again. One of the things I'm going to mention is something that's not part of this scope is replacement of the windows presently. However, the windows, basically all the openings to the building, whether it's a window or a door, when we look at historic problems of water intrusion and that kind of thing, most of them or a lot of them are because of the windows and the doors. And the windows, in particular, because we're building them, I mean, they're the old windows. They're single pane, they're inefficient. So one of the things I'll be exploring as part of this is efficiency grants. The concern, obviously, this is with Brantley Hightower. I'm specifically going to look at what are our options with the windows. Because one, they're really expensive. So if we can get a grant to do it, that'd be great, number one. Number two, how do we do that in a way that preserves the building, the look of the old building, and in a way that doesn't violate any of our current grants? Because we received grants to fix them up or replace them. I don't think they actually replaced them, they repaired them, right?
They repaired it, they
Well,
just
we had-
reglazed them, right?
We had some that had to be, but they glaze them, and I mean, it's a tedious. The problem is when the rain hits it, you know, the wood rots.
Just
And I
rots,
wish we
yeah.
could- If they'll let us put something at least to,
But that's, again, something I'm working through Brantley. Right now, I'm just like making you aware that all the other things I told you about, they're included, that's not in the scope. Replace them.
Restoration in glass would be extremely expensive.
I think the last one, since I've been here, was 100,000. And it only did
Pretty easily.
part
Well,
of it.
and William Nickel was the one that did next door. So he has experience with doing stuff like that, but I mean, we've got to find out.
He did in-kind replacement, though. They're back to wood. They're going to stay wood.
But he did them with double pane,
Yeah,
UV
yeah,
resistant
yeah.
glass.
But you're
We
still-
asked about that the last time, they wouldn't let us do it because it was a stimulus grant that we had gotten for efficiency, and they wouldn't let us change them out to do the double pane, which was unfortunate.
Right. So we just need to check on the legality of
Yeah,
that.
so I'm following up on that.
So I have two small things. First, just echoing the mayor's desire to make sure that we have somewhere to put displays and, to put a different phrasing on it, somewhere in this building that you can bring your kid or grandkid to show them how our city government works without being inside a space someone's trying to work. Just making sure that we have that sort of space and that this isn't just a publicly owned building, but
Well, I will
a
say this,
public building.
that what making the circuit that you'll be able to make, so if you go in this door as a public and walk through the courtroom and then walk through these areas that will have windows into the working spaces, that will give you, I feel like, a better view than you currently have. Right now, you'd have to go into those spaces to bother people while they're working, but because we're going to have these atriums, with glass and be able to see through those windows, you'll actually be able to see people. I think it's going to be actually kind of a neater experience than exists today.
That's a good point. I just chuckled at the mental image of like city employees in their zoo exhibits.
In a fishbowl? Yeah.
And then the second thing, why is the secure door into the city secretary's office instead of into the file room?
Well,
it seems like maybe you'd want it into the file room
because I figured,
because of the big windows.
yeah, I figured number one, yeah, it could be either way. Frankly, I like the idea of the pocket door to create. One of the reasons is the file room, the wall space is precious. And so I wanted to create as much space for that as possible, and with a pocket door, you get away with a little bit more of that. The other is you're going to have a secure door either way, and if you put it here, you secure 2 rooms. If you put it here, you just secure the one. So that was kind of the thought, but I don't think it matters that much.
I think it's great to do it like that.
What's that?
I like the way you have it. I think that's, I mean, just for security reasons, I think it's great.
Okay.
Good question.
For the server room, how well is the ventilation going to be there? Next to a file room that's like hazard galore.
Hazard galore. Oh, you mean
Because
for
papers and everything in a
Yeah,
file
yeah.
room and a
Well,
storage
it's
room
in
on
it
the other
now.
side.
Right now, it's inside of it. So
Then I have better-
it'll
I'm
be
looking
better.
at growth if we do this IT thing and everything.
Yeah.
We're gonna need a well-ventilated and AC
What happened to
cooled.
be storing paper?
Yeah, so the drop ceiling will allow for that, and that's one of the things we're definitely looking at.
And where it's at now currently, it gets very hot in there. So I
Yeah,
have
that's
to
why I'm
be careful.
asking.
So it'll be in probably a better situation than it is right now.
Yeah, I still think there's probably some, I still want to think about this a little bit more, about where that server room goes. I still like the idea of flip-flopping with the storage room, even if the door faces this hallway.
I just see it being next to a storage room and a file room,
Yeah.
fire danger.
Yeah, storage,
Door.
well, files are just, they're combustibles, but the
That's-
storage room can actually cause the combustion.
Yeah.
So that's the.
And
I
it's
see-
sandwiched in between 2 of them.
Yeah, I see your concern.
Is there any fire suppression anywhere in the building?
Nope.
Just,
Has the fire marshal reviewed the plan?
No.
I would recommend you get somebody.
Yeah,
We
that's
will.
why I said
We
that,
will.
yeah.
When it comes time for that, we will. The guy that the architect that is doing it is very familiar with the fire code, so he's making sure that it follows fire code. I do have a question about the travel distance for this one area, now that I made those windows, because in his plan, those were doors. And I don't know if he caught it when I made that change, that also changes your travel time for a fire. And I just need to ask that question, but.
How does this, because this extends pretty far back, how does this interact with the bathroom that's out there?
It looks really far on paper, frankly, but it's not as far as it is. I think it's 18. It's like 18
sorry.
feet.
The
You're talking about the bathroom over here, I know.
Yes.
Yeah, that that one.
This is the storage.
The storage and that bathroom.
It's about half the distance to that storage.
I mean, do you have enough room to drive through?
It's drive-through.
Between here and the
The
bathroom?
parking lot?
I don't know that there's going to be. Well, we'll see. I don't know. I don't know if we're going to try and preserve parking on this side of the building between that storage shed and over here.
Where are we?
We would lose like 2 spaces,
No,
basically.
I'm just, because right now you have traffic that goes,
It would be plenty.
That room,
Okay.
yeah, on that side, you still have a driving lane. What I was saying, over here, on this side, currently there's a couple of parking spaces in this corner and that corner. We probably wouldn't preserve those. You'd probably lose those parking spaces, although they've become coveted, like, little secret parking spaces.
Have my name on it.
Yes, possibly. Yeah, but there would, we probably would discourage public parking in those spots.
I was just more concerned with being able to drive this.
Yeah, you could still be able to do that. Plenty of room.
You're gonna lose 3 or 4 parking spaces
Yeah.
around the building, that's it.
Yeah.
Maybe 6.
Okay.
And the other thing is maybe, so do you have to have indoor stairs? Is that what the requirement is? You can't have outdoor stairs, or is it because of fire code going all the way across? Because you need a non-elevator.
I don't think I want to tell the people who work upstairs that they have to walk outside. in the
Well, they can take an elevator.
They can go the elevator.
They can take the elevator.
Okay.
I don't know, I would say this, though, I don't think exterior stairs, I don't know, that's a Brantley question. whether exterior stairs will be in keeping with the building. You have them on the front.
No, I'm saying,
elevator
we need,
capacity?
but I think we need stairs in the back and stairs in the front, correct, for fire code? Because right now we have stairs in the front and a fun little,
Slide.
And you do have stairs in the back.
I have a slide.
There are, that's what these are. This is
Oh,
stairs
no, Currently.
in the new design.
In the new design.
But you want to put those, I thought you said you wanted to put these outside.
okay, it's getting late, so.
Okay,
Yeah,
No, it's fine.
okay.
10
What's the
o'clock.
elevator
Let's go.
capacity and weight?
How much weight can it hold? I
many
don't
people?
know. It'll be, yeah.
150 pounds.
Yeah, they come in different sizes. I can say this, they can come in different sizes, and we'll determine what we think is appropriate, but usually 4-passenger. It's gonna be like you see at the building next door. That's like a 4-passenger elevator.
Okay.
So I think on this one, I think that you're on the right track, and just keep us informed on that. Do you need an actual decision on this one, or are you okay?
No, I just want to make sure, I jotted down some of the changes y'all recommended, but I just want to make sure that it was generally passed the smell test, which sounds like it does.
No, I think it's an excellent job. Amazing.
All right.
All right. Next item
Cynthia.
is, where are we? Discuss airport zoning process and timeline. Our favorite topic.
Airport zoning process and timing. This is where Cindy gets to speak up. We
Yeah.
did meet, I did provide you just a brief report. Staff met with Cindy, Brianna, myself, Bryce, and Cindy to talk about kind of what the next steps are and just make sure we're moving the ball along. Where they're at, Bryce is going to develop a, so the direction, and I want to be clear about this because of the comments that were made earlier, the direction that staff has received to this point is that the desire of council is that we adopt the minimum standards requisite, minimum standards, nothing beyond the minimum. And we found out what the minimum was from Jim Halley at TxDOT, and we have a pretty good example of what minimum looks like in New Braunfels. And so we're going to take that code and apply it to Castroville, and then that will be presented to you all and to the county. And then we'll develop a time frame for adoption. Because there's still, since it's zoning code, it will still have to go to the zoning board, there'll still have to be public hearings and all that mess. So there is a calendar, but the first step would be, let's put together a proposed ordinance, basically, and that's where they're at right now, right, Cindy?
Yes, and I think the timeline we gave to Bryce is to have that draft ready for us for second meeting this month.
Great. Okay.
So, we will bring that forward as a draft. You guys can give us your input, make sure that we're on the right track. I know one of the considerations is we also needed to run this by the county. Oh my gosh, what's that?
What's his name?
By the county, see if, they're all on board. I think that with the direction we have, we're going to be much more on target than the initial drafts were, and then we'll just have to make that determination then on what that adoption process and procedures look like. Because as long as the county's still on board with joint, and then we can adopt that joint. If the county is not on board with joint, but still wants to regulate, then what our recommendation would be is that city adopts these regulations, fill in all the blanks that say city, county adopts the same thing, but fill in all the blanks that say, county, city regulates to city limits, county regulates, ETJ and county, they do the identical ordinances, basically.
So expounding on that, it's our opinion at present, until we're proven otherwise, that we don't actually have to establish the board, the joint board. What you have to do is have regulations in place. But you don't necessarily have to have a joint board that establishes those regulations. If you do establish a joint board, there's state law that tells you what their limits of authority are, et cetera. And that's kind of what got us in the mess previous. So that's why Cindy just talked about two different processes. If the county wants to establish a joint board with the city, we can go down that road and we can tailor a ordinance to allow for that. Or we don't have a joint board and we just have code, and the code gets adopted by the city and by the county. I know you just said that, but I said it again.
Well, can the county adopt zoning airport zoning in the county specifically? Or would they have to adopt a resolution to support our zoning that we had established, where it encroaches into the county?
So, we are working on what that mechanics would look like. But the idea is that if we can work this so that we have those individual authorities, in our individual spaces, I think that's, just a
But I think
better plan.
I think the short is that the county, I believe, the county can adopt zoning in the county in reference to the airport.
Okay.
Only.
That's specifically what my
Yeah,
question
that's
is.
the only carve
Can they
out
adopt
in the
an
state
ordinance?
legislation for county zoning is for airports. So I believe that that's the case. Is the Hondo Airport inside the city limits of Hondo, or is it in the county?
That, I don't know.
I think it's inside the city.
I don't know.
I think that, well, I think the airport is bigger than the actual city. But like the RPZ, I believe, is outside of the city limits.
Yeah.
So it
I
would
only
be
asked that
as well.
question because they may have already been down that road with Hondo, but I don't know.
They have not, no. I asked them. So I think that it's prudent to, so you're saying that you'll be ready for council, are you
22nd.
going to give it to the county first? Is there a
I think our
reason?
plan was to take it to you first and make sure the city's okay with it before we present it to the county.
To
If
answer
it's-
your
we
question,
could-
the airport is in the city limits of Hondo.
Yes. But the RPZ isn't necessary.
Well, the RPZ would extend outside. Yeah.
Right.
Well, the idea, Mayor, is we'd like to make sure that we've got this first, with council's input, this has our blessing and everything, and then we could take, have those discussions with the county, say, are you all on board with this? These are bare minimums, this is what the city's adopted, this is our true intent here. To get their buy-in and touch on that, but we'd rather take a finished product to them if we could, so if there's any changes that council sees or notes that, we'd like to get that inputted into the draft ordinance before we.
I would honestly, and this is, I'll speak for myself and let council weigh in on this, but I think it's better if we share that with the county, with their, because if it's legal and it's enforceable and it works, like if it works to minimum standards, we present that to them because that's what we will adopt and give them the option to weigh in on that. Because I would like to hear how the county responds to this as a part of our decision. And then I think that because we will have a lot of people that will be joining us, I think it's prudent to make sure that the county is in line as we present this to the public, because I guarantee you they will be here. And if anybody's impacted by that, we still need to make sure that we're notifying them when we talk about it.
Well, that's why it's so important that we know what, if the county is going to want that joint board or not, because otherwise, then we're just adopting regulations that apply within the city limits.
Mm-hmm. And the FAA is okay with that? Okay. All right, as long as it gets passed through the FAA, that's great.
And we would modify, just ostensibly, if that area around the airport gets annexed in, then we'd be able to modify our ordinance to include those areas, I assume.
Okay. Well, we just need to make sure that we're notifying people. I don't know if we'll be ready for the next one. If anybody is impacted by this, I think we need to let them know so that they can come in and at least be present for the conversation with council.
Right, yeah, because, the plan is to bring that with that timeline of adoption as to when those public hearings are gonna occur, and just put it all out there, in the open, to the public. Public hearing's gonna be here on this such and such date, that's, this goes before P&Z, public hearings, comes back over to council, additional public hearing, if council wants to have an additional public hearing, and just be able to publish that timeline, along with, so that everybody knows, those are when additional, or the true input from the community will take place.
Okay. I want to see I'm good with this. I'd like to see the map overlay before we schedule it. So just to make sure that there's no scary
Because
points.
Bryce was indicating that he can go ahead and draft language, and then we can draft through the map, because I don't know that we have the maps back yet.
The map's back.
Or we were going to verify the maps too.
Yeah, all I have is the GIS that was originally created, and we know that that's not accurate anymore. because that included the 1.5 miles and blah, blah, blah. So if all that goes away, what I need is from Bryce to tell me what the limits are now, like what it,
Oh, I got you.
so then I can describe it in a way that then gets put into GIS.
Does Bryce have the ability to create the GIS overlay?
No, I'd have to go get someone else to do that.
You know, but we can make sure that, you know, we get.
I think we can represent it in a 2D, like, drawing.
As
with an
long as,
overlay.
as long as we can demonstrate that when we discuss it,
Mhm.
because we need to see exactly.
I think we can do it
Okay,
without putting it as a GIS layer.
okay. I'd just like to see that before we schedule it.
Got it.
Cool, thank you. That's a good timeline. Appreciate it. Okay, any questions?
Down here.
I believe, so Sheena had earlier mentioned that, well, she had mentioned that the Airport Advisory Board was interested in being involved in the process. It sounds like there won't be much of a, or potentially might not be much of an extra process for this.
I think their limitation, I'm glad you mentioned it, because I started to say it earlier. So that, just to clarify, this would mean that the airport board's involvement would be limited to those public meetings that will take place as part of the adoption process. And those will be for, P&Z will have public meetings, and city council will have public meetings, and the county will have public meetings. So there'll be multiple opportunities for them to weigh in. But if this is, depending on, again, we're going to present a draft ordinance, depending on what the council's vote is on that draft ordinance and what we do with it from there, that's the limit of their involvement. Because we're not creating a board, we're not creating a whatever.
And they are an advisory board. We just make sure that we announce it at the airport and make sure that they're aware of it.
Well, their big concern was land uses, and my
The
concern is.
compatible land use, yeah.
My concern is if that's not in one of the minimum requirements, then again, I'm not picking sides here, I'm just trying to be very candid. If that's not the minimum requirements, and our mission was to just do the minimum requirements, then there will not be compatible land use.
I don't know, because in New
I don't know that
Braunfels,
there isn't, I'm just saying if there isn't.
in
So
New
we'll-
Braunfels, they do have
Yeah.
compatible land use, but I think that it's restricted to the RPZ.
It's pretty minimal.
Isn't that?
It's pretty minimal, but I don't recall, Mayor.
We'll bring it back.
I think-
It'll be here on the 22nd. That'll be something we need to revisit at that
I'm
time.
also gonna recommend that we just go ahead and have Bryce come in here, because he just does he has such a better understanding of that land use.
That, and I like Bryce. I want to see him again.
We miss Bryce.
Yeah.
He's my buddy. He's my guy.
Right, because, you know, as I tell everybody, I can look at these things and I can say legal, not legal, but for a true explanation of how it impacts land use, we need the land use. We need the land use planner to come and tell us that.
You said 12 minutes or 7 minutes?
Okay. That works.
You got a little bit more time.
Great progress, thank you.
You got like 6 more minutes.
Everybody else good?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I got a question.
Yes, please.
In the previous attempts to do this mission, we had an adversarial relationship between the advisory board and the city council,
Yep.
and they interfered numerous times. How are you going to establish policy that will prevent that from happening again?
That's a great question, but I think that Scott addressed that in that we don't believe at this point that we need to have that zoning, joint airport zoning board. I believe the way that it would go is with any planned use development or ordinance, it would go through P&Z, and they would be the ordinance arm, and then it would come in front of council for the final decision. So we put the control in the fact that it goes through normal process with existing city departments, commissions, and open to public process. The thing that we have to be meticulous about is making sure that we're letting people that will have potential to be impacted by this. This is why I wanted to make sure that we were very careful about those maps, because a great way to create an adversarial relationship is to not let them know that we're having a meeting about something that impacts them. So I think it's absolutely crucial that we get that notification out to them.
I also think I think it'd be, the right thing to do, messaging-wise, would be, as we have those notices, et cetera, that, well, there's a public statement that says, look, we're adopting the minimum standards required by state and federal law. And that's our aim and ambition.
Yep.
We could do more, but we want, this is what we're trying to do. That way, they don't, I think that may limit some of the pushback and feedback you get.
All right. So next item is discuss commercial parking restrictions. This is something that Councilman Dyer had asked about.
Yeah, the connector road that goes from Thunder Lane over to the Alsatian Oaks Boulevard is a commercial street. And the commercial trucks have just simply moved, as everybody has seen. They're parking on that street. I'm advocating that we should create some temporary restriction within Alsatian Oaks that prevents commercial trucks from parking overnight or on weekends and holidays anywhere within the development.
I think it's
Until
just
we
a
get
sign, 'cause I think
some,
we've already got that. So
there's
No,
nothing
you
that
don't.
stops them.
No, this is past Tundra. Yeah, they're going back in. Why can't we put up a temporary barrier?
So how does this, if that is a residential area there, right?
No.
No,
Except
that
for
first
that
road,
connector street.
so that first road is commercial, and then you turn left on the collector, and you go over the creek, and then that turns into a residential area. But that first area, I don't remember the name of the road that connects to Tendre, that's all commercial. And we don't restrict trucks from parking in commercial areas except by specific mention in our ordinance. That's part of the response I gave at 10:30. I listed out what our ordinance has, and where all the restrictions, that's right, that's where all the restrictions are. I
We
do
can't
have that.
block the street, but we could put a sign up that says no commercial truck parking beyond this point.
Do we have to have commercial truck parking? I want to be respectful to the truck drivers, because they definitely need a place to rest as
Well, I
they're
don't know
driving
if
through.
Walmart prohibits them from parking. Where I've seen it in the past is in the Walmart parking lot. Do
Yeah.
they prohibit it?
Yes,
Yeah, they don't allow it.
yeah.
Because they don't want to mess up their parking lot.
And I went out.
Same thing.
I've gone out 2 times and looked at the roads. It's not an issue of destroying the roads at this time, but when they go down that connector road, if they park facing to the east, they just drive down and do a U-turn in the intersection, and there's where the road, where they do the U-turns with those big trucks, there's where we're gonna have real road problems if they keep doing it. Plus, they throw garbage all over the place.
Right.
Not all of them, just some of them.
So the question is, can we just prohibit the parking of commercial vehicles on public streets inside of city limits?
Yeah, that's what I'm suggesting, the staff just come up with a plan to put a sign up.
Well, there's some debate by Deborah and I
Well,
right
but-
now. I don't know if we accepted Tendre. I don't know if we accepted that road to the right, to the east.
But was it part of the
I
subdivision?
thought we've accepted all of them.
No,
No, just Tundra.
I'm not sure, frankly. I need to verify. I know we accepted Tendre, because I remember that, with a whole lot of
They've been
discussion.
annexed, they're in the city.
Right, but that doesn't mean we accept the streets yet. Yeah, that's part of the final, there's a final acceptance process.
I'm
I
just
don't know if we did
just
that.
making a suggestion.
I'll verify, yeah, I need to verify that before we kind of talk about,
Yeah.
well, what can we and can't we do with that particular road?
I'm
Because
saying,
if-
in the city limits can we, there's 2 questions, can we and should we? Can we prohibit the parking of commercial vehicles over whatever it was, 19,000 gross vehicle
But
weight?
there's just understand, there's a private road and a public road. On public roads, I'll let her answer that question. On private roads, we can't do anything. It's their private
No
road.
problem, I got it.
Yeah, okay.
According to the county, that road still belongs to Alsatian Oaks.
I believe it does. I think that's, I apologize for not saying that sooner. Go ahead.
So to answer your question, Mayor, if it's a city road, we can prohibit parking, in certain locations. I would recommend that if we're just targeting one specific area, then that's what the ordinance targeted is, those areas where we're going to prohibit the parking. Rather than trying to attempt to, no big trucks, parking overnight, on city roadways, because that is just a nightmare to regulate. And then 2, you have issues with those persons who actually own property and they drive that for a living and they have the right to park there. It just creates a nightmare.
But they would park it off,
Oh, there's a few been parked on the streets in Castro.
Yeah, and it just creates a nightmare. So the that's a polite way to say, the better remedy is if we have a spot where we don't want them to park, no parking here.
Okay.
It's hard, because right now, I think we prohibit it in all residential areas. That's the way our code reads. Which, to your point, if you're a commercial truck driver and you drive to and from, like, your truck is your vehicle to get to and from work, then technically you aren't allowed to park it, but I don't think we can really prohibit that. I don't know.
I think you can. If it is, if it's off-street parking, if they create off-street parking, then they can park it, right?
I don't know if, yeah, I don't know.
Because our streets
I
are
would think
narrow. I
along
mean,
those
that's part of
lines.
That's what I say, you know, you get way far off in the weeds, you know, with those types of trucks, and, you know, the easiest way is to pinpoint the actual problem, which is, here's where we have a problem. As Councilman
Well,
Dyer said, no parking past this way here, thank you.
So here's what we did. Establishing a overnight parking by commercial motor vehicles on Houston Square, which is encompassed by Madrid, Lorenzo, Paris, and Angelo streets, and removal of unauthorized vehicles parked in violation. So we specifically said that area you can't park in. And then with this most recent ordinance, we added Tendre to the list and said you can't park on Tendre. So I think I need to look at when that street gets dedicated, and we can certainly make a request to the developer that he not allow that parking on his private street. And he can do whatever he wants. Yeah.
Put up a temporary, dump a pile of dirt there.
Those are the
Something.
same trucks that's there normally, and I think they might move here, and they just park there.
Yeah, put up that, see, let them dump a thing of dirt.
I don't know where they
Block it.
could park. Yeah, that's one of the challenges is where is a good place for commercial trucks to park overnight in Castroville? If it's not there, you know, where could it be?
New business, somebody.
Sort of to that point, like Walmart is a huge part of the city's income, and those trucks are a huge part of how Walmart does business. It needs them to drive out here.
Honestly, I don't believe the trucks that are near Walmart have anything to do with Walmart.
No,
Just so you know,
they don't.
they are not delivering to and from Walmart.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I believe most of those trucks are simply in the area.
Transient, yeah,
Through traffic.
yeah,
Because we have a lot of traffic on 90.
yeah, especially the construction dump trucks,
No, I think Walmart would love to see those trucks go away as well.
yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
the only other
Okay.
option then is the parking right on top of the hill.
Yeah, I don't know if they can pull in. I don't know how easy it is for them to pull in and out.
Yeah, that's
One.
good. All right,
Not parking right, the rest stop,
yeah,
up by the hotel.
yeah, that's a pain in the butt.
Yeah, one or two, and that's done.
Yeah, you're done.
Yeah.
I'm concerned we're out of battery, we're gonna have to stop, because I
Okay.
probably have 2 minutes.
All right, we're going to take a pause then at 10:20.
Because I'll have to shut it.
Almost.
Yeah, one.
Oh, actually, do you want to just go into executive session right now and we'll replace this one?
There you go.
No, just go ahead.
Go ahead, change it up.
Yeah, she needs to change it.
We're at recess at 10:20.
Either way, we're recording. Either way, we're recording.